I'm gonna click. I'm gonna at everyone because that is what I do now.
You actually remembered. Congrats.
I have remembered. I have barely missed a single one recently. Like I think only one time I like didn't do it right away, and me and Tiny posted at the exact same time.
I will be right back. Just
Okay,
eating this
okay.
butter.
Well, watch this, Winter. Watch this. I am going to put it on the playlist. What do you think about that?
You put it on a playlist. You know what? I'm happy that you will do it because it's made it easier for me to find things. Oh, speaking of, by the way, uh, because like all this bad stuff aside for like this whole like situation I'm dealing with right now, because I had to clean, I had to move like all my notebooks and stuff and like all that. I found my original notebook for the Ravaged Path. And,
Oh, cool.
because of that, you remember that goddamn artificer that I've been trying to find his name for ages. I
Yeah.
fucking found it.
What is his name?
Finally.
About to say I have it right here saved on my phone. About to say I also have the notebook right here, but about to say you guys when I said this in the stream back in the day, it was Omar Resnick is his name.
Oh yeah, I remember him now. I remember.
He was
him.
he was the artificer that was who was supposed to be but he was arrested and was supposed to be put in trial for using students for to practice to test his aberrant technology.
Yeah.
And then he went and then he escaped and no one knew what happened to him.
Where do I add to playlist? Save. There it is.
So yeah,
Playlist. There
like
we go.
so good news out of all this stuff, all things considered, because of the fact that like of all things, like not to mention I was able to like organize my books more, organize my notebooks more, actually able to get things like put in specific orders. I'm using a bookshelf that I hadn't been using for a while. Now I'm using it to hold it. So I'm like legitimately, it's like I enjoy.
So Winter.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This should be 139th session, correct?
That is correct.
Live, I believe.
I believe so. It's either 139 or 140.
I've got it as 139 on the playlist.
But it should be 140 because one of my streams is not on that playlist.
Yeah.
Right.
One of the ones when you guys were in the Feywild isn't in there.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit, that's so long ago.
Yep. I actually know which one it is specifically though.
Which one?
But I say I have it saved on my phone because I was trying to remember Thornbush's name, the Goliath you guys had a tea party with. But I say I was trying to remember his name, and because he's the representative of the Popero Mountains. And the thing is that I was looking through your playlist because I'm like, oh, thank God, well past this. And I was going through it.
You're welcome.
I was going through it, and I listened to one, and I'm like, okay, so his name wasn't mentioned in this one, so it would be in the next one. And in the next one, it's like, oh yeah, this, and this happened.
You guys did a tea party. Remember that? Wait a second.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Darkface skirmish, fights in the Feywild, Fey at their boots, into the forest.
Hold on a second.
That would have been Fey at their boots, into the forest. Fights in the Feywild. Do I have that one? I don't have fights in the Feywild.
That's the one.
Yeah. How did I miss that?
I mean, like, I imagine it's just week to week stuff. You were probably busy that week. Normally, that's supposed to be my responsibility, but with everything that was going on in my life, like especially in specific moments, stuff got a little complicated, and I had to I mean, ultimately, it's my fault. Like that's just the all of it. Like that's the sum and short of it all is like I should have been doing this and I didn't, and like yeah. But all you can do is move on from there and not dwell on it too hard. So I'm not.
So
I appreciate you, Elf.
It's after Into the Forest. Okay.
Yeah. But I say to put that in perspective, thank you, Wealth.
Wait,
I
no.
really appreciate it.
It's Hag Hunt begins into the forest. Fae at their boots.
I
Into the
believe.
forest. Fights in the Feywild. Fuck. And then it's Fae at their boots. And then it's Dark Fae skirmish. Yep. Okay. It's good. We're good.
Okay.
Playlist is correct.
So now that we're 5 minutes in and everything, and I don't have to worry about anything. What is going on, my frosty friends? My name is Watercast Ice, and welcome back to Discord Dungeons and Dragons with the Solaires. So say hi, guys.
Hello.
Oh, damn.
Hi guys.
Oh, thank you. All right. So with that being said, we are back at it again with another session. You know, with double. No, I'm not that guy. Let's not be that guy. But
140th session. That's fucking crazy.
yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. About to say we're
Technically 141 for me. No, 142 for me actually. But
Yeah.
145 for the
the
others.
only thing is that a couple of these, like the stream crashed, or like I had like so a couple of those are meant to be like one session combined. Shit happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're right.
So technically we're like we're in the 130s.
Yeah, mid 130s.
And
Yeah.
don't forget, we didn't stream the very first session.
But I say that
Or
that
the
is
second.
yeah, that's true. But I say the basically your guys' session 0 was the first was your guys' time in the Peglin's Farmers Fight Festival, but which is the Harvest Festival. But I say you guys, we didn't stream Cobalt Hall, and we picked it up. I believe we picked it up right
You picked it up right after Garnan joined.
which
Right
was
after.
right
yeah.
after Cobalt Hall.
Yeah.
I say, which is crazy to be thinking about that stuff right now.
Anyway.
Yeah. Wild.
That was what, like 6 years ago now?
It'll be 5 years in August.
5 years in August. Yeah. That's a long fucking time.
As Herma has said, if
Yeah.
if we don't finish this campaign before the 5-year anniversary, we might be dumb.
Yeah, no, I stick by that statement.
But
Wait, we started in
No, let's
2020?
not try to put that
Yep.
timer on. We don't want to
Yep.
end up bum rushing
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
we started in 2020 because like that was a whole conversation and it was a whole thing. Obviously, we're not going to get into that too much right now. But like, yeah, it was 2020 that I literally brought up the conversation about playing D&D.
Well, here we are. Let's continue.
So, that being said, let's talk about what happened last time on D&D.
There it is. I love that shit.
The Solaires, after making their way back to Westray, having to take some time to lick their wounds and heal after everything you guys have experienced, the party was able to get some work done between Henrik working on his inventions and even helping Kazir with some of his equipment. Blue.
Thank you very much.
Blue making time to catch up with some friends and family, making some time to catch up with some businesses, and even helping Garnan get a good deal. Garnan probably had it the worst and needing to recover, but then taking some time to up some of his equipment and up some of his armor, making sure that he was good to go for the further adventures. Kazir spending time with his wife and even taking a side trip to Patstow to be able to introduce her to some of the friends you guys made along the way. And in the meantime, Belwraith catching up with what's going on at Scales of War and some unexpected news from his fiance, girlfriend, lover. It's complicated. They'll figure it out. That being said, the party will spend 3 days collecting yourselves, taking care of your individual work, and basically taking some downtime. But as the 4th day comes, you guys have decided you are going to go speak with the Queen, as you are making your plans for what to do next. So, I'm going to take you guys that you are on your way to Castle Westray. But I say, is there anything else you guys would like to do before this meeting?
Is Blue's soul up for grabs? Because I would like it.
Oh shit! There was something I
That was my
wanted
way
to
of
do
saying
and I
no. I'm good.
can't
Oh.
remember.
I like to imagine that like you try to pull out Blue Soul and there's an IOU.
I mean, yeah, probably.
I can't remember.
It's like that episode of SpongeBob where it's just like
It's like the Dragonborn soul at the end of Skyrim.
yes. So so I'm not hearing any disputes.
I was
Oh.
thinking, during those 2 days, could Blue have like gotten in some time to practice, trying to create Bardic Find Familiar?
Bardic Find Familiar? Oh, absolutely. I actually, that's honestly, we actually should have talked about that. That is completely my bad. In that case, what I'm going to need is I'm going to need you to go ahead and it's going to be 2 checks. I'm going to need you to do an Arcana check
Alright.
and a Charisma check.
And I'll be getting Bib's help, right?
Yes, Bimp is giving you advantage because she is taking the time to aid you with your. Well, she can give you advantage on the Arcana check. She can't give you advantage on the Charisma check.
That's fine. Could just I can give myself advantage on the Christmas check, it's fine.
Mm.
Tana, fucking.
Arcana! The stat Herma loves so much.
Hey.
Uh,
I love
Natural
all
twenty.
intelligence stats equally.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm just saying, you really.
Some of them just more equally than others.
that'll be a 37.
Oh, jeez.
You rolled a natural
But
20.
not 20.
Of course you did.
Damn, Blue.
I'll kind
Smarter
of
than the gods here at some points.
This will be like, I'll get a long rest before I can. Anything happens, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm using glibness and enhanced ability. Oh, glibness actually works.
Mm-hmm. Glibness is an underrated spell. There's a lot of underrated
It's
spells.
underrated for what you think about it, because it works on counterspell.
Yeah. It's
Why
just-
did I just
Oh, you
Google
have-
Garnan notes instead of opening the doc?
I just want. I would.
No surprise there.
I would.
Fred.
I would love it if Google's just like, "I'm sorry, fam. I have no idea what you're talking about."
What were the results you got for that?
Something about German.
Us. I lost the.
Straight charisma.
I say. So how much total?
Is it straight charisma?
It is straight charisma because this is using your spellcasting modifier.
Then 29.
29. Okay. So it takes a little bit of work. And the reason why I'm speeding by this is because your guys' level and the capabilities of this, that it's actually, considering what the conductor stick was designed to do, this actually was a bit more feasible than you expected. Because of the fact that specifically the conductor stick was meant to try to weave bardic magic with a wizard-like magic.
Yeah,
can't-
with the voice.
It can't do it for the thing is it can't do it for all spells, and like it does have some requirements for trying to do it for higher level spells. But for something like Find Familiar, it's very manageable. It just
A
took
first level ritual spell.
exactly. It just took a bit of finagling and a combination of yours and Bim's effort to be able to weave the wizard like magic into your bardic magic. And with that being said, Blue, you have a bardic version of Find Familiar, where the difference is normally you would be able to, like, you could just very quietly ritual cast and bring back your familiar. You actually have to play your instrument to bring it back, to bring them back. Which you could play a soft tune to do it, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's like, for the sake of role play purposes, you end up having to play basically a Song of Return.
Yeah.
But congratulations, you adopted a closet.
Congratulations. Niffle is a part of. Niffle has joined the family.
Niffle has joined the brawl.
And on that note, I'm going to also perform Find Familiar. I mean, not
Yeah, absolutely.
because last time my familiar got squished.
All right,
Yeah.
good job, Nipple. You're immortal now.
You summon a parent once, and everyone wants to be familiar.
Speaking of familiars, Winter, have you changed anything with Witch's familiar yet, or are you still working on that?
I'm still working on that, but you can expect that soon. I've just, again, for obvious reasons, I've been pretty busy.
I will be
Yeah.
right back.
You
like,
should be
2
able
minutes.
to edit the thing with
I
your
I,
other email.
I,
correct?
I appreciate it. I've been also writing all my stuff out too because I have my witch's notebook.
Sick.
And other than that, would Blue be able to like set up someone to send them to Makanali after the meeting?
You would better say talking if you take some time talking. Better say you do know that the Queen and Kevlar both have, and also the Barons have access to a teleportation circle that is in Makanali. So you would be able to. They would be willing to give it to you, and they'll just give it to you at the meeting.
All right.
As you know, your sister is very busy right now with everything going on, especially with the things that everybody else doesn't know.
Hey.
Hey.
Only Blue got told because
Yep,
they
well-
trust him.
Yep, but I say only Blue and a handful of individuals know. I mean, they would. She'll probably tell everybody, but she like you
Their
guys,
mistake.
you guys. But it's just like as far as everybody else being very hush about it.
Oh boy, they killed Blue. Their mistake.
Their
Time to tell
mistake.
everyone.
Blue is a terrible gossip and spreads to.
Yeah,
can I tell
he
you?
t- He
It's like
tells them the Queen's leaving. She's going to fucking what's the place below Uskar with the primordials?
obviously, yeah. No, not going there. I'm gonna say she's going.
She's going to Idris.
No, she's going to Oshana.
I know, but that.
Yes, she's
tell
going.
people.
She's going to Idrish. Obviously. No. You know what? No, but I say she's going further south. She's going to Posea.
She's actually going to Jazimir for some reason.
Man, wouldn't that be a coincidence? It's just like, oh man, our party finds a way there. Oh yeah, you meet this blue-haired woman, finely dressed. It just looks at you all. You know, it's just only person who'd probably just like. I think I'd imagine like Jack and Nash would be the only ones who probably, well, Gark probably as well, would know who she is, or at least recognize she's nobility.
You would recognize. I doubt Nash would actually know who she is.
No, but
unless he saw like a picture of her in a fucking book.
Probably not. It would probably be a.
Well, I mean, I think that it might be a bit more knowledgeable about. Hey, blue hair people is rare.
I mean, it is rare.
I mean, sure, but also
And-
dyes exist, and also Athari is on the complete opposite side of the world.
I like the
I
thought
don't
of.
know, but
I
I mean,
like.
it would.
I like. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Winter.
Oh,
You guys go first.
Oh, absolutely. I was just gonna say, I honestly more imagine it like Nash would be recognized. Oh, you're nobility. Hello, and what's your name? And then she gives her name, and like immediately Nash is like, oh my, your Majesty, I am so sorry.
Anyhow,
But that being said, though, you guys, unless anybody else has, because you're using, you're using the spell Find Familiar to bring back Ivy, and.
Yeah.
Better say, and I imagine Garnan, you're using the witch's version of Find Familiar, where it doesn't cost any gold to bring them back. It just takes a bit of time,
yeah,
and to bring Amara back.
correct. I did say I did that before, though.
Yep. I know. I just wanted to clarify, just so that we're good here. So, that being said, though, unless anybody else has anything else to interject, will you guys make your way to Castle Westray? Where, upon getting there, you get the standard treatment, like the guards come up and just go like, hey, Benesse, we know who you are, bud, just in case, dispel magic. Nothing happens, because you're not creatures in disguise.
Garnan falls over unconscious.
Just Henrik.
my bad. I'll go see good.
Henrik turns to dust, just... Huh. He turned himself into pure magic. That's actually impressive.
Blue turns into Henrik, Henrik turns into Blue, Guardian turns into Alosa for some reason.
Whoa, dude, mind freak. But as you guys get checked and make sure you're good, it takes no time at all. They start to escort you to the queen's meeting chambers. And upon getting there, there is a handful of individuals inside of this room, but you do see like it's basically like the same council room you guys have gone to a couple times before, where it's kind of like sectioned off, and you do see there are like sigils and everything for like anti-scrying. But I say you see the people you see in this room are obviously Queen Atharia. You see Kevlar, nursing a little bit of a hangover.
As is Blue and Garnan.
Yeah, Blue's fine already, dude. I'm fucking items. Guardian's still having over though.
You see Baron Kevin, who is like going over plans and stuff like that. You also see Roland. But as you guys remember, is Blue's teacher and the head of or it's currently acting as the head of the College of Lore for the time being.
Acting head.
He's the acting
Until
head.
Blue takes over.
But and then you do see that there is a knight in the room, but he just seems to be more of a guard than anything else, just in the room.
Wanderer, I fucking hate you.
Damn, really calling Wanderer out like that?
He knows what he did.
Oh,
You
fair.
know what I did?
Son of DMs.
Fucking idiot.
But as you enter, you watch as Queen Atharia turns to you and goes, "Oh, I see that you're here. Please, Solaris, have a seat. Thank you so much for your time."
Goes ahead and sits down.
Garnan sits and almost misses his chair.
Kazir will sit as well,
Absolutely.
kind of bowing to her.
Balwraith would be coming in a little bit late,
Hmm.
but would also take his seat.
Is Henrik a sitting guy or a standing guy?
Sit.
All right. As you guys sit at this table, and again, just surrounded by the individuals I described before, they look to you. And they go. They all kind of sit down. Queen Atharia finally sits down as well. Okay. I appreciate you all taking your time here, and I know that some of you wanted to step into the conversation, looking at Roland, and looking at the Baron. I know that we have quite a bit to discuss, especially with everything that has been going on with the Broken Skull. I think the big question I really have at this current juncture, Solaris, what is your next move?
We're planning to go to Starlam.
You see the... Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. Just what do we see? Then I'll do it.
He's telling you to continue, and then he will continue.
Okay, I apologize. Abby was whispering something to me. She was letting me know it was free real estate. I don't know what else to say.
Free real estate.
It's free real estate. No, but as a Baron Kevin kind of sits up and goes, taking the direct route, or were you looking to? I apologize. It just you guys are heading to Starlam. It's the most defended place for that under the Broken Skull's control right now.
Yes, but they also have our friends.
Yes. I have taken Alosa, Filman, and Kark, and are holding them captive in Starlam.
Medicine, you see the Queen nod. Roland had informed me, and I am so sorry for the situation you deal with.
Down a bit and kind of just stands up. He kind of looks at Garden. Do you mind if I take this?
Can you repeat that, Tiny?
He looks at Garnet and just goes, "Do you mind if I continue?
Of course. You're the talker.
I'm planning to start an all-out war.
Hmm.
I've been gathering items, gathering healing stuff we need. I'm going to get in contact with the Thieves Guilds, the people of the Solar Eclipse Guilds, and anyone I can from the Razors. And just, I've been trying to get help from nobles, and as you saw, might have been told already, the main. I'm going to bring a war to them. They declared war on us, but I want to bring it to their doorstep.
Would you like me to gather the my knights?
That would be best.
What of the civilians?
Who they are?
Most of them are of my tribe.
My knights are scattered, but I will see who is available.
Thank you. With the civilians, that'll be up to Herrick. And I have items that are needed for the Stardom, like the wheel that can control how it moves, or I believe it can control how it moves. We'll try to keep everyone alive, but from what we saw, from what you saw, we don't know what we can do. Queen Atharia, have you gotten any word from the contact in Stardom recently?
We have. They've given us an update on the current situation. Their defenses have raised since the downfall of the recent Avatar. They've been increasing the number. Of demons they have free roaming, and apparently they've been moving up a project that they've been working on. Unfortunately, our contact hasn't been able to give us too much information. They just know that the higher ups of whoever is ruling over Starlin right now have been working on something. They've been very quiet, and every time she's gotten close, one of them shows up. I unfortunately do not wish to speak their names, but I assume you know who we speak of.
Understand. The next thing, once I leave this room, I need to get to Makanali. That way I can speak to the guild. And I need to go speak to, what was it, the Ovaleth?
You see Baron Kevin sit up. You wish to speak with our prisoner.
Yes. They spoke of a back door, and I want to see if that back door leads to the Endless Maze.
That is a good point. I mean, if anybody would know, it'd probably be them. As long as they're being honest. But as far as I can tell with magic that we've used, they have not lied since. We've only gotten the truth.
What Gardan saw when he spoke with, used the power of his god. There is an entrance into Stardom via the Endless Maze.
Interesting. So you think maybe...
This is how I figured out that they have our friends.
I see. So what's your plan? Are you planning... I mean, I can't imagine how you're going to get an army up into the city in the sky.
No. The army will be kind of a distraction, and they will help evacuate the city under Starling
Hmm.
in case stuff goes wrong.
I see. I see. That would be tricky to try to evacuate them all without getting the ire of the demons. Hmm. That would be.
That's why we're getting the Holy Knights and the Thieves Guild involved.
That is fair. That is fair. If they get involved, it would be a bit harder for them to be able to but they'd have to give up more resources. And this is a pretty good plan. The only thing, my question will be, how will you plan to get up there? I know you've spoken of ways you've gotten up there in the past, but are you thinking of trying entering through this, through the endless maze, or are you looking to? I believe he looks over at you guys and kind of goes, I believe you have means of teleporting into the city.
We do, but it was a teleportation circle that was full of abyssal magic. We don't know what it could do to normal people.
Ooh, that's a good point. That kind of magic tends to be very temperamental. I mean, you guys could end up teleporting there, but then it could, for all you know, it could teleport you to one of the layers of the abyss.
It's possible it could send us to the endless maze, but we need to send someone to find out.
That is true. That is true. But with that being the case, then, I mean, would you? You seem to have a plan put before you, and I would be remiss not to talk about the potential losses that put before you. But I imagine that you've all calculated this.
That's why I've been spending my time gathering resources. That's why I asked the main to send people in order to protect.
Yes, they've reached out to us to let us know that they were traveling through the country currently.
Right.
So we should see them relatively soon.
I will send out calls to more of my allies and see if anyone is able to come help. We do have a second way getting up there if we cannot get up there with the endless maze. There is an artificer who was able to get a flying ship working.
Flying ship. I thought those were all grounded.
They were, but Henrik used a Hellspire gem in order to start its engine, so to speak.
Interesting. Getting a flying machine would be quite useful. And, I mean, is this? I imagine you're talking of Magi tech.
Yes.
You watch as Baron Kevin looks over at Kevlar. This would be one of the few things that would be able to bypass that protective field that they have. That is, oh God. That is true. It would be one of the few things that could, but as far as I've been able to tell from people we've spoken with and scouts. He watches, he grabs a drink and he just kind of sips it. Whoever goes through that barrier with it seems to have some odd level of authority. It seems to take away something from them. It would be quite dangerous to go up there without any level of protection, but we don't necessarily know what will protect them from whatever this barrier is.
Exactly. So it'd either be going through the endless maze, if we can even find a way in there, or risking lethargy and being weak.
Does Garnan remember a way in that he might have seen?
That white end?
No, does he remember a way in from what he saw?
Oh,
Or is it just the exit to Starlam?
As far as you can remember from the vision, it seems to empty out. It seems to empty out somewhere in the city. You were able to follow. You were able to follow the vision to where your allies were in the city, but it gave you a view of like entering the city and then going to where your friends are. So it wouldn't be
Right,
like it
okay.
wouldn't drop you off like directly in the center of the city. It was some random place.
Some random place
Mhm.
in the city, correct?
Actually, it emptied out specifically in the library of
Yeah.
the Artificers
Yeah, that's right.
Guild.
That's right. The library of the artificer.
Artificers Guild.
But
Yeah.
does he remember a way into the endless maze specifically, or did the visit just start there?
The vision started there.
Okay. I do know at least that the endless maze's entrance or exit in this case ends in the Starlam's Artificer Guild library.
You watch as Queen Atharia looks over at you, Henrik. Does the Artificers Guild have anything there that connects them to such a realm, or is this purely circumstance?
There was a teleportation circle that they were tampering with.
You think that maybe they're using it to kind of dial in the realm, the Artificers Guild to their realm?
More than likely, it seemed to be tampered with in ways that allowed it to go to the demonic realm or something.
This magic seems incredibly complicated and very dangerous.
Yes, it is.
I can't pretend like I would know the nuances of such a thing. I would rather lean on your guys' expertise on such things, as I am only educated in the archmage's patterns, and I've learned much from artificers, but their magic often is a bit out of my depth. I have to rely on my representatives from the Artificers Guild to explain certain things to me. So I appreciate your patience, Henrik.
Yeah.
But
Funnily enough, I do believe going through the endless maze is the safest route, as my lord has given me an aura of protection to the maddening effects of the abyss.
What? You never mentioned that to me. Oh, my head.
Well, it never came up. We've been a bit busy. Also, you didn't find out I was the... When you found out that I was the champion, I was drunk and crying, so...
With Kazir's ability to make us sneak a little bit better, it is possible we could use this power to sneak through it. We just need to find a way in.
True.
I think the best way to be able to sneak in would be if it does go into it. The remnants of that lair would be at least the path with the least resistance. But we don't know what state that realm is in, and we don't know the dangers that are inside of it. So that is one of the few things to know about this, and that's what we've been questioning the Obelith on. But of course, even he only has so much knowledge.
I saw experiments of a lot of different demons, like Minotaurs, Bogartars, some rocks, a Garistro, but I do know that they're making runes out of blood in Starland. I know not what they're planning, but we need to get there as soon as possible.
Can you show us what these runes are, or at least maybe even draw a semblance of what they might be?
Yeah, do you have a piece of paper?
Yes, we do. And he will pass you a piece of paper.
He will attempt to recreate it.
Okie dokie. Sorry, I was blowing my nose. I apologize. That was gross.
We didn't hear it.
You didn't? Okay, good. I'm about to say one of the few times I'm glad for the noise cancellation.
Yeah.
Stream probably did.
Oh, I'm sorry, stream.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
L stream. This is what you get for watching the stream.
My nose, man.
Yeah, just be part of the campaign. Jeez.
It's as simple as that.
Not for lack of trying. Some people have tried.
Oh yeah.
True.
But you guys better say I need you to go ahead and roll me. This is just going to be an intelligence check because you're trying to remember something to the best of your capabilities.
Blue, mind giving me some guidance?
You'll do this. You're great. Inspiration. You're inspired now.
Bardic
Good luck.
inspiration.
So D20 plus D12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, Knuckle could add a D.
Can I also give guidance?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
get guidance.
that.
Yeah.
So an additional
Guidance
D4.
fine.
I'm also going to go ahead and he's gonna go ahead and I'm gonna. Oh shit! Do I even have it prepared? Hold on.
I don't know. What do you have prepared?
I'm looking. It's a second level spell, I believe. I do have it prepared. Thank fuck. Okay. Casting the enhance ability for intelligence specifically. I forget which one it's called.
Eagle Splendor, I think.
Yes. To give myself advantage on intelligence checks.
Okie dokie.
So I'm going to copy.
So enhance abilities, Eagle
E?
Splendor.
Oh, thank God. 16
Fox is
plus.
cutting.
Oops.
Oh man.
Oh.
Woo!
16 plus 13, so 29.
29.
That is the smartest Garnan has ever been.
Garnan. You
Nice.
You feel as the god of knowledge leans, departs the clouds, and beams down on you. You feel a level of enlightenment. and
Thanks, I appreciate it, bitch.
you just see the clouds slowly part, but you hear a "You're welcome." But as you start to make the sigil, you're being very careful. You're trying your best. Obviously, it's not going to be one for one because Garnan is not somebody who understands the arcane, but it is to the level of detail that this rune, like these sigils, like this sigil coming together, is for anybody who is trained in arcana or religion. You may make a check now.
Ew.
Just
This may not be 1-to-1, but this is what I've got.
it's just Henrik
would
going
just
like,
show a
"Oh, don't
picture
mind if I do."
He'll just show a picture around the room.
Is this to recall information, Winston?
This is the recall information.
And I'll
Ooh.
inspire more.
All right, so inspiration to Henrik.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
Oh, indubitably.
No.
3.
Holy hell.
Just I just like to imagine Henrik just brings 2 fingers up to his face, adjusts his glasses. You need more training. All right, so that's a
Not bad for a second-rate arcanist.
better say, Yugi, you're a second-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
It's my grandpa's dick. You can't talk bad about my grandpa like that. Fuck you!
Grandpa.
Damn. So that's a 24
You
tiny.
and your grandpa. Yeah.
Alrighty. But as a I've seen that image and that still made me laugh. But as a Tiny and Henrik, you would both recognize what this sigil is, but you've never seen a sigil like this before. This is definitely a conjuration circle. but it's on a magnitude you've never seen before. Except for you, Henrik. You have seen something like this before. As with that high of a roll, you think back to the necropolis underneath Mount Dunatel, and you remember that on that massive altar, there was a sigil very similar to this that they were trying to power. You remember that Garland needed a specific thing in order to make it work, but that was a pre-established one that had existed before. This is someone's trying to create one, and with it being of this size, they could rip a massive hole in the fabric of the material plane. And I think I don't need to go too into detail about how bad that would be.
Yeah, that would be horrifyingly bad.
Well, not good.
Oh, why not? Aside from obvious reasons.
Well, kind of jealous that they made it that good. Damn. That is definitely a conjuration portal. Yep.
A conjuration portal? I've never seen one like this before.
Yeah. 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 It's real strong.
How strong are we talking?
So, you know that thing that happens when you put a bag holding in a portable hole?
You mean an explosion?
Kind
Not an
of.
explosion.
Yeah, that'll rip a hole in the material plane.
I'm sorry?
Oh, back.
Yeah.
And how big of a hole are we talking?
Real big.
Like, are we talking about the size of half a city, or are we talking about like half the continent big?
I don't know about half the continent. Probably about, I'd say about a city.
Likely big enough to let a certain abyssal prince through, hmm?
Any of them, really, not just a certain. I would know.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is deal with that now.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was really bad.
Based on the drawing I gave you, how close does it look to them being completed?
How close was it being close?
With a 43, but with a 43, you would be able to see that there are like several pieces that seem to be still being worked on, but from what you can understand, they're using a particular kind of blood for it, so you don't know if it's like it could be spanned for anywhere between like maybe like on the long term, maybe maybe still a month or two out from completion. On the short term, probably about a week.
I'll put it this way. The absolute most amount of time it would take is a month or two.
Well, that
And
seems
the
like
least?
Next week.
well, feck.
And
They're likely working night and day to get this thing finished.
More than likely.
Well, considering the fact that considering the fact that you guys have been eliminating their avatars, they're probably getting more desperate.
Yeah, they probably think the real thing's gonna stop us. Which,
Seems
while I
quite
do
low.
think that their powers will be limited if they're not in their home plane, that's still It's still pretty strong. I mean, we fought Jueblex.
I'll be right back.
He watches the, yeah, like the thing is that they don't need an explanation because of the fact you guys explained, and even showed them a vision of Jueblex versus Ugenmoy. You watch as Roland speaks up. I would be inclined to agree with you, but if that hole, if a hole is ripped between the dimensions, he could draw his power from the realm as long as he stays close.
Oh, it absolutely could. That's
Not to
always a
mention,
possibility.
in the fight with Jueblex, we had Zuggotmoy on our side.
Correct.
Which means that this would be a much scarier fight, and quite frankly, we would need to find a way to seal the hole if they ripped it open. And considering they're using, from what I can understand, experimental magic.
We should just try to nip this one in the bud.
Yeah.
I say we set off at once. Any ideas?
Dealing with it before it becomes a problem is the best course of action.
Indeed.
If we wait too long, it might not be solved.
Dealing with it before it becomes an after. That would be a good idea.
Good way to put it.
So then the question comes across is, what is your direct plan? We can set some people in motion and start getting forces moved, but we all know that moving large groups of people could take quite a bit of time. Fortunately, we have the means to move them a bit faster, and we could even use what resources we have to send them to the Ravaged Path. But don't forget, Stratford is also under their control.
Blue,
Yes.
our
Yes.
artificer friend is on standby, correct? In case we need to go.
Yes.
What if we
Okay,
sent
I don't know.
their best knights on the ship and we went through the endless maze?
It'd probably be for the best to distract up front. So that would more than likely be a death sentence.
If you are going to set on that plan, I would be sure that they know the consequences of which they sign up for this mission. You are basically asking people to go on a suicide mission. Even if they are the strongest, there's a very good chance quite a few of them will not make it out alive. Our reports say that the demons up there are some of the most powerful we've ever even studied. Some we don't even recognize.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with your plan. At the end of the day, we must choose what is best for all of us. And when it comes to war, there is no such thing as there is no such thing as a war without casualties. But if we can minimize it to the best of our abilities, that's what we should do.
How well suited are your best people in terms of magic items?
Well, thanks to a lot of the local magic shops being very forthright and not fighting us about supplies. Speaking of, thank you so much, Mr. Ward, for having your fellow workers donate such great magic items to our cause.
Of course.
It has been most beneficial, but the majority of our best knights are currently on the front lines, fighting against some of our enemies trying to get closer to Starlam. The ones we have here currently, such as Horace here, as he refers to the knight who has been standing in the corner.
Good, you appear out of nowhere.
Who?
Horace.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
We both had two very different horses go through our heads.
Yeah.
There are 3 horses in this conversation.
The sad part is when I think of Horus, I think of 2 different people.
Why are you guys talking about horses?
They're shiny.
Because I think of I think of Horus from Dark Souls 3, the one that was traveling with Henri.
Now there's 4.
I also think of a book character named Horus that's part of my favorite book series, Ranger's Apprentice.
Now there's 5.
There's alright. Okay.
Excuse me. Also, by the way, Comic, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You have a wonderful day. Sorry, just reading the chat real quick. Hopefully I pronounced that name right, too. Anyways. Horus here is well equipped and great at combat. He is armed with a nicer weapon and some nicer armor, but obviously you all delved into deep dungeons to find things that you carry on your person, or traveled to many places to acquire items that you have at your disposal. We only have limited that we get through the trades and the magic users who are willing to make custom items. And they're mainly being used for those who are fighting the demons right now. Not to mention, we are on the request of a couple of individuals. But I say, Kevin, staring at you, Blue. We have upped our defenses here in the city, and we need to continue to keep those defenses up. We don't know if they might try to make an attack on the city, and we need to keep Westray safe.
We do. A lot of civilians here.
Indeed. Don't forget, with your guys' help, we were able to evacuate the majority of Stratford, and we still have a lot of refugees from there, and not to mention the refugees you brought from Pegland as well. We need to keep the city safe.
Provided they were willing to go on the mission, how many do you think you could spare?
If they are willing, we could probably spare maybe 20 knights and about 10 archers. But that is the majority we can spend. The rest need to be here to protect us. And we can't give up any magic users. All active magic users that aren't contracted with the city are already out fighting or doing research.
I understand.
Alright, how many of your people do you think would be okay with this? Ask Dory the question.
That's you, Wanderer.
Dead.
I was not listening. I was not active listening, I'm sorry.
How many of your people do you think you'd be okay with this?
It's a suicide mission. They would have to, yeah.
He is taking a second to think about this.
Above, I mean, you can ask God about what you've been.
Yeah.
You would know that this would stretch the skills board even more thin. They're already out trying to collect a lot of the artifacts that have been taken and trying to get help. And upon your request, they're out trying to help civilians and the cities that are currently struggling with this demon menace. You could probably get a handful, but they would mainly be volunteers. They wouldn't have the same caliber of abilities. Not to mention, they're trying to keep Scales of War safe with everything that's going on right now.
Yeah. Very few, if any. There would be volunteers, but I can't throw civilians at this.
Don't throw civilians at it.
Do we have any word on Dame? His skills would be a little helpful.
He is still some ways out. We've been talking with him, but he's only given us the most straightforward answers, which I mean is very much business as usual. He might be being tracked right now, and he's trying to be cautious. He might not still get here for another 5 to 7 days, depending. Considering Bine is with us, he had to travel across the country.
Should there be worry in that situation?
The thing is that we've been able to contact him. We've been able to scry on him. We've been able to do all these things, and he's been very cautious. So we get the sense that more than likely he's probably being tailed. That's why we've upped security and we're keeping tabs. Hope our spies have also been our spies and scouts have been able to try to get to him, but he's been taking the most. He unfortunately, with where we sent him, it is a very dangerous area to be sending scouts right now. So we have to be very cautious. We're trusting Dame to be able to make his way back, but the moment he gets within our viewpoint, it will probably escalate his movements and get him here faster. But last time we checked in, let me grab my map. He was still coming out of Bracklewhite. So he is still.
It's on the eastern side, right?
It is on the western side.
Western.
For those of you guys who remember, but it has been a while. There is a forest next to Lake Bracklewhite. That is supposedly.
Yeah, it's a big ass forest.
Yep, supposedly it's a
Cursed
curse.
as fuck.
Yeah, supposedly it's cursed as fuck. You guys took the Ravage Path, so you guys never went to what's inside of learned what was inside of it, or what's going on with it, which makes sense. But you guys basically move forward from there. But yeah, you would know that it's very cursed. Even when the previous king was around, he was very hesitant to send soldiers in there because those who go into the forest often don't come back out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, by the way, Wuff. But I say, yeah, the Weldstone. Last time he checked in, he was in Weldstone, near Bracklewhite Lake.
Right. That map is terrible. I hate that map. It looks so bad.
Well, I mean, hey, man, like.
I'm gonna have to redo that map.
But for a first draft, it's still good.
Yeah.
Because at least it gets the
Right.
message across. The only thing is like the PIV is very small on this map. The PIV would be this whole section near Damarl, Doveport, and definitely Viol's Garden is next to the PIV.
No, to be fair, I just copied your map.
Yeah, it's all good. But anyways,
I mean, what else would you do, Ralph? Make your own map? It's his world. Like, what?
could you imagine? It's just like, so sorry, Winter. I saw your map and thought it could use some improvements.
I mean, to be fair, that is what I did with the other country.
Well,
so.
yeah, but Jasimir I only had sketches of, so like I would like when you were
Yeah.
like, I'll do it, and I'm like, cool, save me the work, thank you. I mean, like, not to get too much into that, but yeah, I mean, you knew what was going on in that area and like what I've been working on, and you quickly were able to jump on and go like, you know what, I got this. You take a step back.
Yeah. I like what I've done with it.
Oh,
Anyway.
same, absolutely.
Even say what you're Steve.
That being said, but yeah, for you, Belwraith, you would know that this would be, this would stretch them even more thin. It would be mainly volunteers at that point. You know, a couple of the knights and a couple of the cardinals would probably step up, but like you would know they would be doing it more to the allegiance of you guys. Which is kind of what you need right now. But if you send them on a suicide mission, like you know your guys, they'll go the extra mile.
I know the few who come to mind are inexperienced. With combat on this scale, they're inexperienced as well. hard to justify. There are other pressing matters they can tend to better.
It's fine. I
What of
really
your friends in the guild? Think any of them would be willing?
Karma.
What?
He was
was
active
asleep.
listening.
What?
I was more asking about the Thieves Guild, but yeah, Artificers
Mm.
Guild is also not a bad idea.
There's a lot of fucking guilds. I made a guess because you weren't
Doesn't-
specific.
know
I'll kill you.
Artificers Guild.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought
Hen-
Karma was
Hen-
Henrik, rather.
Yeah, Henrik would be very aware that because of his, visits to the city through his dream. Unfortunately, a lot of the Artificers Guild is currently in chains and painting blood sigils. Same with with Kazir's time up in the city. Same with the Furbolgs. A lot of them are being used as labor, essentially, and torture. Just a lot of bad things. Honestly, painting the blood sigil is probably the nicest thing they're doing right now.
Yeah. Oh,
The Thieves
definitely
Guild.
closest to the rest they're getting.
But yeah, you're looking to Kazir, Blue.
Yeah, I'm looking to mostly Kazir, but also Blue.
Mhm.
Hey, I don't have a way to
I-
contact them. Ask. I mean, unfortunately, Blue's the guy with all the stones and sending. But
I'm the one who
I would
actually talks
imagine
to
they would
people.
try. What's up?
I'm the one who actually talks to people.
Well, I mean, I had a dagger, but I really needed other things
No,
to talk with.
it is what it is, man.
Other,
I say, trust.
yeah, short on my attunement slots. Brain cramping.
Hey man, like listen, you got a limited number of unless you're Henrik, you only have so many attunement slots, and you got to make do with what's best for the situation.
Exactly. And having a stabby Atharian stone doesn't cover it.
Yeah.
The sending stones don't take attunement, do they?
No, but his dagger
He
that's
had-
specifically from the Thieves Guild is.
Oh.
Well, on the bright
It's
side,
just always been a little confusing to me. Like,
it's because
but
it's because of the fact that it has an ability to also deal extra damage, and also it's made of a specialty metal that bypasses for magical weapons.
I did not remember that.
Yeah, I mean it's made. The dagger is made of adamantine.
Oh yeah, that I remembered. But that's not an attunement thing. That most of its ability, from what
Yeah,
if memory serves,
but
I can use almost all of its abilities except for the talking
Yes.
while unattuned.
that is correct because of the fact that it's an added feature on top. It's enchantment on top of enchantment.
Yeah, I get you.
Like it's no different than last week when Waf was asking questions about like could I have this and then maybe something on top of it. It's like enchantments.
Oh
typically
yeah,
do-
okay, that makes sense.
Enchantments typically don't stack unless it's done in a specific way and using specific materials. And the stronger the enchantment, the less likely it's going to work.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'd have to actually talk with these guilds. We don't even know if they're joining yet.
I mean, fortunately, you guys have a means of getting there. I mean, there's
Hold on one moment.
Do,
Be right back.
Absolutely.
do any of you, Your Majesty or Roland or anyone else, do you guys have any idea of who may be able to come with us?
Roland kind of goes, unfortunately, with everything that's been going on with the bards and the colleges, we've been very protective of our own. We've had more kidnappings, and we've been able to get in less contact, or we haven't been able to get in contact with more bards. We have a feeling that a mutual friend has been ramping up experimentation. As he looks at you, Blue.
I think we just don't send people on the ship.
If you
With that
Look that
lethargy
way.
barrier, until we could get up there and find a way to turn it off and then bring them up on the ship. But with that being up and with the defenses being up, they might just shoot down the ship as soon as it gets within range.
and with all things considered, they haven't had to shoot down anything that's come up close because any time someone who's flying or uses magic to get up, it often just clicks off and they fall back to Earth.
We haven't had to, but we've seen what that artificer can do.
Yes.
Like most of his, when we were attacked, most of his creatures fired force missiles at us.
Which is worrisome. It's been a long time since we've heard anything from. It's been a long time since we've heard anything from Mr. Resnick. He was once upon a time a good contact with the Artificers Guild, and after everything, but after his experiments, he was supposed to be prosecuted. More than likely, the king would have executed him. But everything we've seen about his technology has been very dangerous and very temperamental. Unfortunately, we're working on limited knowledge. I know that he worked with aberrant technology, but I don't know the caliber of which he worked on them. In other words, I don't know how dangerous they truly are. All I know is every time an aberrant technology is involved, it's often very dangerous.
Well, what we thought, they fired force missiles, they were able to plane shift multiple times if they were able to knock someone out, and they could heal off of fire damage, and they could explode violently.
And did. It hurt.
And did.
It does sound like aberrant technology. They typically don't like people getting hold of what they create. The fact that that he has had as much as he does is very worrisome. But then again, he's had the Artificers Guild under his control. I assume they probably had a collection of this kind of technology, which
I bet.
we don't know how much that would actually be. Could be very limited. Maybe he's used it all by now, but it also could be more than that, and if that is the case, we are in trouble. But I don't disagree with
Trouble
you.
very deep.
Go ahead.
That's all I was going to say. Just in trouble very deep.
It's definitely a situation. Whether you send someone or not, would make sense either way. But if you do send people, just make sure that they're aware that there's a very good chance they won't come back from this fight.
I prefer waiting until we are able to turn off the lethargy field before.
Which is completely fair. You would have to locate where it is in the city to be able to shut it off. And with the size of Starlam, which is quite a sizable city, and that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But fortunately, at least you have a resident who knows the city quite well. As Baron Kevin looks over at Henrik. Is there a place in that city that would be comparable for having such a device to be involved?
In Starland?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a long time
Um,
since we talked about Starland.
Yeah.
The only place I could think of is the Artificers Guild, really.
Would be the most comparable. Maybe one of the fields and one of the open like training areas you guys have for your where you test technology.
Yeah.
Maybe
That'd probably be the best place to look.
or maybe
I don't know. I haven't been there.
maybe if there's been a storage, or maybe if there's a storage facility, they might be keeping it there as well.
Possibly. It's hard to tell.
But say with that, unfortunately, wherever that is, our contact has been having a hard time trying to find it. She's been trying to search for it throughout the guild, but security has been rising again and again. She can only get so close.
Yeah.
But with that being said, though, I do agree that more than likely the Artificers Guild is where they would keep it. It is one of the few places that's comparable. The only real question is where they would be keeping the controls for how they're keeping the city afloat.
Probably also in the Artificers Guild, if I had to guess.
Possibly,
But having two vulnerable things in the same location would not be very smart.
no. Which is why I'm believing that they might be keeping it closer, maybe near that pedestal that they've been keeping in the center of the city.
Maybe it's under the rune.
Maybe it would make sense if they can use it, because they might be trying to use it as a means to power the sigil.
It would make sense.
But that would
Agreed.
be catastrophic if they draw that much power off it. It could cause the city to fall.
I think they're more worried about getting their big boss onto the plane. Either
Unfortunately,
way,
that
they'd
would
be able to survive a city falling. They're not worried about the casualties.
Which, but we are.
Well, that really wouldn't make sense because if the portal breaks, then they wasted their whole time, right?
Well,
It's high enough
No,
where he'd
because
be able to come
The
through
rip
in
would
time.
still exist.
If this was a standard portal, I would agree with you 100%, Kazir. It would make a lot of sense why they would want to keep that area as safe as possible. But from what they're trying to do, they're not trying to make a portal. They're trying to rip a hole between the two realms.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
It's like imagine if if a window opened and never closed.
Yeah, I realized that as you pointed that out.
And that's
Not easy to close the hole. It's not the portal; it's the hole, basically.
yeah. This is more of a crack. And which is much more worrisome. But I'm more concerned about if the city falls. That is not a small city, and if it falls from the height that it's at, it could be it could be catastrophic.
Agreed.
It could be catastrophic for anything nearby.
Heidi. Oh no, that was Herma sending
That
that.
was me.
Force of habit.
It's usually tiny.
We thought it was tiny, but it was me. Yeah.
But
Huh?
I think
That's why I want to evacuate.
yes. The only problem is if we evacuate New Starlam, this will tip the demons off that we have something planned, and they might even just attack the civilians as they try to leave.
Yeah, that's true.
It would more than likely be evacuating through a portal.
Could set up a teleportation circle.
Yes.
Could, but the thing is that is not an easy task. you remember setting up a portal that's actually going to stick would take a year.
It's not the stick. It's just to get them through it.
And the portal will only stay open for a short period of time, so they would have to continuously cast it. I mean, you tell me, have these demons or whatever that they've been using capable of preventing that kind of magic from working?
There is a ruin underneath this city. It could be done there, or hide the people there, since the walls are made to contain a very powerful being.
If it's as powerful as you say, it would be a good place to evacuate. It would at least keep the
It
civilians
was a
safe.
being that could fight gods.
Then it would definitely be strong enough to be able to keep the civilians safe. But the problem is that if the city falls on top of them, there would be no place for them to escape to.
Not unless we had artificers or casters of some sort in the ruins with them, able to cast a teleportation circle to get them out.
And this is true.
But then we run into the problem again of it doesn't stay open forever.
Yes, but if we wait until the problem is dealt with, we just teleport them out afterwards. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
I could get the exact location of it, and since it is a doorway going in, I could bring everyone into my dungeon.
Can your dungeon hold that
Or
many
just have
people?
them in the dungeon. Period.
That's
That
the
would also work.
yeah. But I say you'd be able to transport a decent amount of people, but I just to reiterate because it has been a while since we talked about this. The dungeon does have a limitation; it can only hold so many people.
I know.
How many
but
people are in
could
New
do-
Starlum?
Still a useful tool though. You could get a lot of people out.
Blue could sleep once and then just kind of like open up all of the design to the max level.
Yep. I would say that with the dungeon, the amount of people that you could carry inside of it would be. Let me look at a comparable spell real quick. Hold on 1 second, because I'm trying to remember.
Magnificent Mansion.
I say it'd be similar to that, but not the same caliber. So I'm just checking this real quick.
Your caliber?
The Magnificent Mansion can hold. Oh, the Magnificent Mansion is designed to hold up to several hundreds of people. So I would argue the dungeon probably could hold up to at maximum like around 200. So it'd be it could lead a lot of people out. Like it could save a lot of people. Let's say you'd probably
It'd be a good chunk.
yeah, it'd be a nice solid chunk. It would basically get the majority of the civilians out. Let's say the downside is like also your guys the Eclipse members are there, and there is a guard as well as the active like governing body of New Starlum. It's not a huge place, but it is every person who's been able to escape Starlum so far. I mean,
Pardon me.
honestly, that would be a very fitting nickname, Scarlum.
What is the body count of people there?
Last time we checked in because of reinforcements and everyone that is there, we're looking at a count of about 450, with civilians being fortunately on the lower end, being around maybe 185.
I could fit the civilians. I could get the civilians out. That way they aren't in the middle of a war zone.
The only issue is the moment you start mobilizing a force, a group of people of that size, the demons will know.
I could leave my dungeon with a trusted person. That way they can mobilize them while we're in the city.
If you can trust them, this would be a good way to at least make sure the civilians are safe. Otherwise,
Out of character, Blue's gonna trust Blade.
Alrighty. That's completely fair. Of all people, he would probably be one of the best to use it right now.
Yeah.
I say.
Slime bestie.
Otherwise, I agree with your friend Garnan here. He would be his idea of bringing people down into that that essentially a bunker of sorts would at least be a very safe place for them to be, as long as there are magic casters who can get in, or are in there with them at the time. They can.
When was the last time you fed a prisoner? Just a realization.
Oh, Blue left like
Okay.
Blue left like a month's worth of rations with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't worry. I've been
He
keeping
hasn't
tabs.
fed the others, but
You get the sense that after all this time, the Gorgon doesn't need to eat.
yeah,
Oh no, I was
the
worried about the
Drider
guy.
is probably
The animals,
starving.
I mean, the creatures, not that big of an issue.
But I say Thorpic is okay. Blue left him with a month's worth of rations. How to say?
Blue
Yeah.
was gonna actually take Thorpic out and just kind of like put him on house arrest.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would have informed you of that too. Thorpic, the Gorgon, and the Drider all count as individuals inside of your dungeon. And not to mention, are you sure you want people near them?
Well, we could kill them off if you,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that hard to.
Could probably real easily kill them by now.
Yeah, the Drider for sure. You're not sure about the Gorgon.
Yeah, but like getting a sneak attack while it's still confused.
It definitely would help it be in your favor.
Hey, 5 assassins, come kill this thing.
I mean, yeah, that is true. That is true. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I know.
It's the one
The
creature
Drider
it's the one creature you haven't been like touching or experimenting or questioning. You've
I don't
basically
want to
just
touch
been
that thing.
yeah, you very much just been like, oh, that's a Gorgon. We should probably leave that alone.
We can leave that alone for now.
Yeah,
We can.
just everyone avoid them.
I can fit around 200 people in the dungeon,
And-
so we will be able to. I will leave it with a friend in New Starland, and those who would otherwise prefer can go be in the chamber.
Pardon me.
I think that would probably be a wise decision, Blue. It would allow people the choice to be able to evacuate, and as long as we put it in a place where it wouldn't be suspicious, it would make it easy for people to be able to evacuate without tipping anyone off.
I mean, what, a bunch of people going into the bar be suspicious?
I think the suspicious part would be people going into the bar and not coming back out.
Yeah, but it would be at the time when we are in Starland.
Which would be the best time to do it. It's simply just pointing out what the good and bad of each of these situations.
I understand. Just it's a tricky situation.
Indeed. That being said, though, with all of this discussion, you seem to be you had your mindset on how you want to get there. Please, I would at least like to start by passing you these, as she pushes forward a teleportation circle, and passes off and hands a sending stone. These are what you requested: a sending stone to the contact from the Eclipse Guild. Which actually, I believe Kevlar actually gave that to you, or did he just let you use it?
I'm pretty sure he just let me use it.
Yeah. If you'd like to keep this sending stone for yourself, so that you can keep in contact with them, as long as you are willing to return it once this is all said and done, we would allow you to be able to hold on to it for now.
I'll give it back once I get the chance.
In the meantime, this teleportation circle leads to Daldir's private chambers. It's a location that he's kept essentially hidden in his library, so that way only a handful of people know about it.
Okay. So we will be working with the knights provided, who are more than likely already there, as they have been fighting. The people that the main sent, if they decide to join, or they'll stay here to protect it, and the people of the guild.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can't have anyone from the holy city come, as they're already spread thin.
They've been quite the help. Speaking of our Cardinal Belwraith, thank you so much for the support you've been lending to some of the cities to the south. It has been quite useful to have them there, and it gives the populace a level of comfort, knowing that some of the holy knights and cardinals are around.
Certainly.
That being said, though, Baron Kevin, could you please? Absolutely, Your Majesty. With that being said, I imagine that if you're going to go through with this plan, you're probably going to want to speak to my prisoner sooner rather than later.
It would be for the best.
We've been keeping him in a special cell that a couple of our wizards have been working on. If you would like, I can take you there post haste, while the queen and her and the others here speak further on the intentions of the city. As if you guys are going to do this, then I imagine you're wanting to double down on certain protections on the city. Gods only know what they might do in retaliation.
If we're gone, they'll more than likely attack. That is why I'm more than likely leaving the main guards here, as they are well trained.
Which it would not be a terrible choice. Is there any other questions that you and Solaris have before I take you to my prisoner?
No, it'd be best for us to hurry.
Fair enough. Then come along, Solaris. We're going to the dungeon. And if you guys would like to follow him, you guys will go down to a level of the castle you do recognize. As Blue
Leaving once everyone's out of the room, he just kind of looks back at the queen. I made it.
You see a smile on her face. And she kind of gives like a leering, like her eyes leer, as leer is not the proper term for it, apologies. Her eyes linger, and she gives a very courteous smile, as in I have so much I wish I could say right now, but business time.
Business time. Alright. She leaves.
Alrighty.
He leaves.
Get out! Leave this place!
Leave. Yeah, he goes.
You just look at the queen. Get out! This is mine now.
Alright, now leave. Go to the shower.
Go. But
Yeah.
okay, unless anybody says anything, you guys make your way down to the dungeon, which you guys go past a floor that you do recognize. As you guys do have to go by the ballroom that the previous king had his party at. But as you descend further, but I say Blue, after a moment your eyes turn off. Suddenly you could only yeah, suddenly only your like standard vision is working. But for the most part, you guys feel fine, and after you get down a certain level, suddenly your magic eyes turn back on. Apologies for any discomfort. Apologies for any discomfort. We have certain protections put in place to make sure that watching eyes don't get too far.
I understand.
But I warn you all, this creature, we've never seen anything like it before. It's different. It's definitely is very knowledgeable and very forthright. That almost makes me more uncomfortable with it. It won't even give a name. It just prefers to be called an Obelith. Man, I do not like the fact that Tom Nook is just staring through the window there. That's just very... There's a level of discomfort. But if you do wish, I have a spell prepared to make sure that honesty is kept. But you must choose to fail as he... As the... He, she, it? Hard to say. It will only speak... It will only speak if we only speak the truth as well.
Alright. I would prefer that.
Who all from the council meeting decided to come down here with us?
It is just Baron Kevin. Kevlar, I'm about to say, because this is Kevin's prisoner.
Okay, I was in the bathroom for the ending of that meeting. Before we left, could I do something quickly?
Oh, absolutely.
I want to turn on my magic eyes, my aura sense, and just look at everyone in this room.
Alrighty. So.
Just in case.
Oh, absolutely. So as you look at them, to your utter discomfort, there are no evil intentions in this room. You actually see that Queen Atharia has a quite a unique aura. You've never used your yeah, exactly. It's very blue. You've never seen an aura that you've never seen the aura of somebody who kind of has a very regal stance. Like somebody like it's a weird personality like trait from this aura. It's because you can read anger and frustration, envy, and all that. You've never seen one with because you've never looked at like the Main or anybody or even Michael or oh gosh, why am I blanking on her name? One of the high council members of Oshana. You never used your aura on them. You've never seen like this kind of a shimmering like bluish gold colored aura.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, and also Roland's is very similar to Blue's. Like very like it's almost like the aura has a combination of honesty, deception, but a very much passion. A lot of passion.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as far as like your aura goes, no reds, no blacks. Just very. It seems like they wear their personalities on their sleeve.
Okay, and would it last through the anti-magic thingy?
It would flicker, but as soon as you go past a certain point, it would return.
Okay.
Similar to how Blue's magic eye is like shut off for a moment. But,
well, mine isn't a constant thing. It's a thing I do only when I concentrate. That's why I ask.
Yeah, but it's basically affecting your concentration. It's not like it's picture like you walked into an anti-magic field. It doesn't make you drop concentration. It just prevents you from using its abilities. It's like think of it like a nullifier. Right. Think of it like a nullifier.
All right.
You start tripping hard, colors are spinning.
I hope you packed your bags, kid, because you're about to go on a trip. But That being said, as you guys go down, you end up in a, like, there's a chamber with just one cell. And Blue, you look around and you see some of the strongest, like, abjuration magic you've ever seen. Like, this is like not the strongest. You've seen stronger, but one of the strongest. You see, like, very similar. If I had to make a comparison, think of it like the underground chamber that Scales of War had for the cursed for all those items. Very similar in power. So it's kind of like, it almost kind of hurts your eyes to stare at certain sigils on the wall, because they were built for tough. And Garnan,
Mm-hmm.
there's a very strong level of discomfort. There's only one soul in this room. Outside of your friends and your allies, there's only one soul you see. And it's hard to describe the color of the soul you see. It's black with shades of green and like a sickly purple color. It almost churns your stomach. What you're the kind of aura you see. But you would know that with that aura, there's a level of hate. There's a level of disgust. And a level of disdain. Whatever the soul is, it's incredibly unpleasant and probably very evil.
I turn around and it's Blue.
You just turn around, Blue just looks at it like, what?
Got a fucking problem?
Okay, I've had a couple bad days. What?
Well, fucking dope.
What? I'm John Wick. What up? So, he looks at you. He is harmless. The shackles, we have him inside. He cannot break them. But at the same time, be cautious. And he will lead the way if you guys continue to follow him.
Okay.
Who
I
follows?
follow.
As he walks up to the cell, which is pretty huge, but it's not. But I mean, like, this chamber is a pretty decent size with all these runes. But in, like, if I had to make a comparison, I'm about to be really nerdy, and I think only a handful of you will get this reference. Tiny. Do you remember when you go into, like, the Undercity in the Forgotten City in Bloodborne? You know how you could, like, there's an area you could drop down to fall into a cell that is, like, has a building, like, the building is or wraps around it. It's, like, near one of the cathedrals where you see one of those creatures shooting lasers at you.
Yes, it's where you get the the upper cathedral key or something.
Exactly. Think of it very similarly to that. So it's like a pretty massive, like, cell, but there's still, like, solid, probably like 15, 20 feet from the cell to the walls all around it. As you watch as Baron Kevin walks up and, like, pulls out a key and unlocks the cell. Good evening. Oh. How are we feeling today? And you just see the creature, which now that you guys are up close, you can actually see the creature. I've described it before, but I'll describe it again because it has been a while. This creature looks like, almost like, imagine like a harpy from D&D, but imagine if it was skinned alive. And it's like this, like, almost like disgusting, like pinkish flesh with like white sinew looking, like sections, like are where the joints are. You see these like very disgusting demon like wings. But again, similarly to how I described it, you see a lot of skin and membrane. And rather than it being like a straight humanoid head, it almost looks like very similar to that of a oh god, what are they called?
Fish.
Yes, a fish. No, it actually looks more like if a bird, like a very like an Aarakocra, very similar to an Aarakocra, but again, skinned alive, large beak. But rather than feathers, you see hair. This weird, like almost greased, like matted hair on its head, and like
This sounds like an enemy you'd see in a Souls game.
I mean, yeah, I could totally see that. Just a fair warning. Obereth, disgusting creatures. They don't. They look really cool though.
Yeah, fair enough.
You watch as it lifts its head. Hello. I smell new people. Are these the ones that you spoke of? Yes, these are the individuals who are curious of what you have to talk about. If you would be so kind. Only if they speak the truth, and I will do the same. And you watch as Baron Kevin looks and goes, I am going to cast a spell. I will know if you're not... Hey, I will know if you succeeded. We need full transparency. As far as the bargain is gone. And you will watch as Baron Kevin brings his hands together. And he casts Zone of Truth. Do any of you resist?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Blue?
Nope.
Henrik?
He said
Irma's
no.
muted.
Nah.
Yep. And Belwraith.
Oh, it's muted. No, I will not.
Alright. As you feel the Zone of Truth go over you, you feel the urge to only speak the truth. And you watch as this creature also looks and it looks at you all, and Kevin goes, "You have all chosen to fail. This is a zone of pure truth and nothing more." And you watch as the Obereth looks at you all. So, you must be the Solaires.
That we are.
I am very aware of you. The demons are very worried. Good job.
Thank you.
Very rare do I see demons cower in fear of a name. So much desperation.
Have you been given news of the outside, or are you able to collect that by yourself?
I have no need of them to tell me. I know. How many now?
But-
3 of the avatars have fallen.
Is it 3?
You guys, Garland, Obel, and the Beast of Uskar. Technically 4 if you
and
count
the
the
Avatar Zeggamore.
yeah, if you count the Poisoner, but the Poisoner was never a threat.
Yeah.
Technically 4, but Zeggmore's Avatar wasn't really.
No. It was weaker. I can tell it was no threat. But I can feel their presence on the plane eradicated. Sent to the hells. Interesting. So, if you're here, I take it you are interested in what I have told them.
Yes. We have decided that we would like to know more about this broken plane.
Yes.
And see. We would like to see. You spoke that it had connections to. Whose lair was it? I'm blanking on the name
Yeah,
out of character.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. He looks at you and goes, yes. It is the remnants of the demon web pits. Ones controlled by Lolth. And there is a level of chill in the air. It is fine. She has no interest in us. For what purpose does a spider on the wall serve when they have much bigger goals in mind? But you wish to know more about the remnants of the demon web pits.
Yes, we want to know if they would be connected to the Endless Maze.
Ah, looking to enter that realm, are you?
Yeah. Secretly, of course.
If you use the pits to enter another lair of the abyss, the demon prince will not know that you have entered their realm. It is a bridge, if you will, a back door. My kind has been using it for a long time to travel through the abyss. It is a useful tool, but difficult to get into without the right tools. But I digress. You want to know if the realm connects?
That is correct.
I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear?
Bad news first.
That.
The bad news is it's at the bottom of the remnant of the lair. The good news, it does exist. The demon web pits connects to 3 realms of 3 other layers of the abyss. It connects to Azagratz, the realm of debauchery. It connects to Thanatos, the great necropolis. And at the very bottom of the lair, it connects to the endless maze. But the connection is solid. It will drop you off directly into the maze.
It is safe to assume that the lower you go in that realm, the worse it is, correct?
Yes. The realm itself is more of a massive bridge that spirals downwards like a staircase. It serves a purpose to travel from one place to another. But some creatures like to catch people unawares. Some creatures are creatures of ambush, hoping they'll catch their prey. And of course, the remnants still count as a lair, so someone has to watch over it. I typically bribe my way through if I have to go to the endless maze. But, unfortunately, not much of an option for you.
What would be taken as bribes?
You would need soul coins. And you watch as he reaches into essentially like a loincloth. And you watch as he pulls out these weird looking like circular coins, if you can call them that. They're rather than like you guys are used to copper, silver, gold, platinum. You've even seen like coinage made of like iron and steel. This is made of a weird reddish metal. And it gives blue, it gives off a very, very like a very, very sadistic aura. You've never seen an aura like this before. Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Winter, do I see anything off of these?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like you see. Oh man, what was the color for this? It's not red. It's not red like the red you've seen, where it's like a crimson red, which was the semblance of like anger and hate. You see almost a crimson scarlet red. And Garnet, you have no idea what that is. You've never seen it before.
Is it scarlet?
It's like a scarlet colored red. But anybody who would like to may roll a religion check.
Out of 32.
32.
I assume Garnan would have no fucking clue what this is, so I'm not going to roll.
Yeah, I mean, no. With Garnan's upbringing and everything like that, this isn't what Garnan would be dealing with. Honestly, the Abyss would probably be, and demons would probably be closer to what you're used to.
Sorry, what's the roll?
A religion check.
Oh, I'm good at those. I'm a cleric.
You're a cleric, yeah.
3.
Woo! You don't know the specifics on it, but you do know what a soul coin is.
Yeah.
But as this was for you, this was more like in-depth knowledge, but you are aware of what a soul coin is. But as did Henrik want to roll, or would Henrik be like, I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was making coffee.
No, you're good. I was just asking, like they're looking at the soul coins. But as would Henrik go like, would you want to roll a religion check for Henrik, or would you go like, nah, Henrik wouldn't know what this is.
Is this Abyss related?
Is this what related?
Abyss, like demons?
No, this would be tied more to devils.
Then I'm gonna say nah.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to present the option in case you would like to roll.
Apologies for interrupting, but just wondering how much later are we going?
But I say
17 more hours.
obviously. About to say probably for another hour, maybe hour and a half, depending.
Trey, we've only just begun. This is the last episode of D&D on Saturday. Campaign 1, this is it. We're going straight to the end from here.
Oh my god. I need coffee and I don't drink it. No, but
All right. I know he kind of just. I mean, it's.
we've been going for almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I know it's only been about 2 hours. I asked because it's kind of late.
No, you're good. I would have started sooner if it wasn't for the fact I had to replace.
Oh, I completely get you.
I've never replaced an element in an oven before. That was a new thing for me.
Fair.
Did you have
completely.
fun?
It was interesting. Very annoying. About to say Abby cut her finger twice.
It's because she's a tradie now.
But either way, there's a anyway, pulling us back though. So that being said, Belwraith,
Yep.
you are aware of what soul coins are, because you have been trained by Scales of War, and the information like this is known to you. This is the currency of the Nine Hells. This is the currency of those of damned souls. And those coins are souls the souls of people who have made bargains with devils. Those who have been taken by devils. It is not good. It is honestly very morally bankrupt to do such a thing. But at the end of the day, these are the devils. It makes sense.
Yeah, to them this is Tuesday.
When I say Blue, you are aware that, similarly, soul coins are currency. This is what they use. Basically, devils don't trade in money. They don't trade in valuables. They can care less. The only things that they like are souls and artifacts. Like, basically, if you were going to make a bargain with a devil, you would need either soul coins or soul coins, a favor, which you would know that doing that with devils is very dangerous. Or you would need to trade something similar to the equivalent of Sparking Twilight or the Ravenger. Or definitely they would be very interested in the Enigma. But I say, with your role, you would know that devils are deal makers. They don't really, when they make a deal, it's a bit more complicated.
They'll find loopholes if they can, basically.
Mm-hmm. They're like lawyers. But yeah, you would know that each of those coins are an individual soul. This is
The fuck is that?
Oh, you've never seen a soul coin before.
No, can't say that I have.
You watch as he moves his hand, and you watch as the coins, similar to oh god, what is his name? Brian from Brian? No, I'm thinking of a different character. It's a cop that can flip the coins between their fingers.
Oh, roll the finger. Finger rolling.
Obviously, I could have referenced the robot from Detroit Become Human, but there's a cop from a show that can do it similarly. But you get what I mean. He's circling the coins between his fingers. But the impressive thing is that he's doing them 4 coins at a time, so he's flipping the coins between his fingers. Each of these coins belong to a damned soul. We sell them for currency amongst the hells. You can use them in the abyss as well. Certain abyssal princes like it. And this is how you gamble in
Oh, it's only copied the frame.
This is how you gamble in Azagratz. Gold works too, but it won't only get you so far. These get you so much further. That being said, this is what I typically use to get through the guardian of that realm.
Pardon me.
Would we be able to get our hands on them?
Yeah, and things like this. You could. How dangerous do you want to live? Because there's a couple of places you can go to get these. Of course. The easiest would be to go to Avernus. A lot of damn souls you can take to make soul coins. You could make a bargain with the devil. They can get you soul coins, but it would be a dangerous thing to do. Or, if you're feeling particularly evil, you can go kill some innocent people and trap their souls.
Why do they have to be innocent?
Because if you were in the Nine Hells, all you would have to do is get to, and all you would need are the damned souls, people who made bargains. It's very easy and not difficult to do. They stand out. But here, the rules are different. To get soul coins from the people here, they have to be innocent. By our standards, they have to be people who wouldn't be sent to our realm. Which is easier than you think, but of course, for someone like me, that wouldn't be a problem. I imagine for all of you, that would be very alarming. Unless you have a penchant for blood.
If only Dame was here.
Oh, Dane would probably have no problem with this.
Whatever.
This is the easiest way.
Well, good to know.
Well, I mean, we all know Dame is not completely on the up and up. He's not.
Yeah, but killing innocent people.
If it was for the greater good.
Fair point.
Like, this is Dame logic.
He's a character
So they
who
can
can be
take
trusted.
artifacts for it.
Oh, what's
Like,
up?
this is out of character. They can take artifacts for it, right?
Yeah, basically, above game, just to simplify this in case I haven't been too clear, but just in case, basically, devils and certain demons are not interested in mundane items. They, like, gold and platinum and all that shit, like, doesn't really get them very far, and basic magic items don't really do anything where they're at. Like, they need, like, powerful shit. Or soul coins, which they can use to get power. So it's one of those situations where it's just like, these individuals are very particular.
Would melody work?
I mean, melody could work. But you don't know if. But the thing is it could be different depending on the individual. They might see melody and they go like, "Oh, this is useful," but then some of them will go like, "Oh, well, you need to be a bard to use some of its power."
Yeah.
It's no different why the Obelith didn't mention Belraith's Holy Avenger. Like, they can't use it.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
But at least you have knowledge, which is useful for you.
Just useful.
Is there anything else you'd like to know?
Do you know of any other ways into the maze?
There are a couple. They would be.
Such as?
What's the name of that realm? You know of the Feywild?
We do.
Well, there's in one of the courts. There is a means of getting into the endless maze. I believe it's the court of Autumn. Yes, it was the Court of Autumn. There is a means of getting there in a desert to the south of here. There's a hole of endless fire. But I'd be careful with that one. Fall down the wrong side and you'll end up in Avernus. Where else is on this continent? Oh yes. There's a forest to the north of here, past the mountains. There's a path there into the endless maze.
The Blighted Forest.
No. A bit further west. It was found by one of your kind. I think you're very intimate with him.
Oh, shit.
You never knew how Ezrin found them in the first place.
I see.
That one's a bit newer. I don't know exactly where it is, only that it's past the mountains into the west. I can feel its energy from here. But to my knowledge, at least from where I am, those are the main ways to get into the endless maze. Unless you have a key. But I feel like that would be very dangerous on its own. Above board, he's referring to essentially the item used for planar shift. To be able to shift into the realm.
Yep.
But that is what I can give you as far as the endless maze goes. I've done business there a handful of times, but beasts are hard to work with.
I see.
Indeed.
Blue, any idea?
Going south would take too long. Going to the one up north, we don't know where it actually is. We could use the Feywilds, but that's tricky, and the time would be messed up, so we don't know when it would come out. Hmm.
It's quite a sticky wicket.
I would really rather not have to find a soul coin. That would not be fun. But if we go up north to Tusquadal, we can take care of that one problem, which shouldn't take too long, and then move on to the other. Or we could just go straight there. If I can look into the future with my abilities, perhaps I can look into the past as well. To see where his fate led him.
And just to take this back above board, these are just options that he has presented to you. And these are if you didn't want to fight whoever is, like, essentially the guardian of that realm. You don't know how powerful they are. I mean, it's a remnant of a realm. But at the same time, like, he's basically presenting the option of, like, it would probably be a bit tricky. This would probably be easier. But you guys could always just brute force it. You just don't know anything about the Guardians, so you don't know how dangerous they could be.
Look, try and get in contact with your god, see if you can find out the fucking place where your brother was able to get there. We can go up north, we can take care of the Blighted Forest, and then with his help, once we're actually done with that, since it shouldn't take too long, we can have him for the maze.
Sounds possible. Unfortunately, though, I can't use my ability for a few more days at least. It's on cooldown.
We need either way, we need to rush. You can do it as we're heading to the White Forest.
Alright. Hopefully they don't get the portal set up in time. They'll have to make haste. You cut out Winter, what'd you say?
Oh, you watch as the individual looks at you and goes, "You're speaking of that thing in the sky."
The city, yes.
Yes. Quite a thing they're doing up there. I can feel the power from here. Quite ingenious, but a bit foolhardy. It requires a particular type of blood.
What kind of blood?
He looks at you, and Garnan, you see, like, you look into the eyes of this creature, and, like, you see black eyes, but suddenly you watch as as a white slit, like, opens up. Celestial blood.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Oh, fuck.
And bad news. Half-breeds work too. Fortunately. Unfortunately, I guess. To get more, they need them alive. Your friend being captured helps them. But that city, or country, I guess, where your ways confuse me, is protected from us. Fortunately, they caught one of those angels. But they need time.
By your estimation, how long do we have?
I am going to roll for one of his abilities. Alrighty. Because they have your friend, that speeds up the process.
Fuck.
You have about 15 days. They wouldn't risk bleeding them dry, in case they need more after. Pays to have celestial blood.
Question.
Yes.
What do you gain what do you gain from giving us information?
Their downfall.
Fair enough.
I despise them. I despise all of these creatures. They act like they are one of us. They're a bad batch. A first draft that needs to be rewritten. A runt to be slaughtered. That realm was supposed to be ours. And you watch as this change just... The Chained One is a fool. And that is why he failed. So the more they die, the better. And you watch as he kind of steps back and sits back down.
Blue. Blue. Tiny, you there?
Tiny's dead.
Oh no.
Rest in peace, Tiny.
Oh no, we lost Tiny.
Secret tunnel.
Sacred tunnel.
Oh, wow,
Opposite
we
side of the
did-
mountain.
Or he
Sacred
just
tunnel.
logged out to log back in.
Uh-oh.
He's probably restarting Discord.
No.
Yeah, probably.
I knew that this conversation was going to happen at some point.
What?
Oh, me talking with the Obelith.
Yeah. How do you spell it, by the way?
It's Obeleth. Obeleth.
I fucking knew it.
Sorry.
I assume this is not a normal D&D thing.
Oh, this is actually in like super deep D&D lore.
Yep.
So
I mean,
no, it's not a normal D&D thing, but it is in D&D.
like if
Why
you're
is it not showing up on Google? I want to get like a visual reference to
Oh.
my mind.
hold on.
Because I keep. Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Stop it.
It's OBE.
LETH.
Yeah.
Hold up.
No, it keeps just choosing aboleths.
Yeah, which aboleth is is technically a primordial. It's not.
Yeah, very different reader.
So, I will pull up my visual reference.
All right.
Do.
Why am I getting shit for Destiny? What?
Welcome back, Teensy.
Ah, that's how I spell. That's how it's spelled. Hold on, I'm gonna write it down real quick so I don't forget. I
How's it
spelled
What is
it
it?
wrong. It's spelled OBYRITHS.
What?
Oh,
Oberiths.
Oberiths.
Oh.
I'm just gonna go ahead and write this down for my.
You said yours. Oh. Oh, it looks like this.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, like this.
Ooh.
Like this winter?
Yeah, like that. That's the exact
Oh, I see, I see.
disgusting looking thing, isn't it?
Yes, I
Yeah.
love it.
That looks like something that should be in a Souls game.
It
Not as
does.
bad as I was thinking.
Well, my version's a little bit more gnarly because they don't exactly look like this. These wings would be when they're in their prime. The one you guys see is like sick. It's more membrane and so like it's more membrane and like it again. The creature looks like it was skinned alive. It doesn't look like it's like a warrior built for combat like that. Like this thing,
Okay.
this thing looks like it has gone through like the ring. Like
Okay, well, you didn't
What did I
miss
miss?
anything, Tiny?
Did I miss-
We were trying to figure out how to spell it and waiting for you to come back.
where would we lose you, by the way?
I can't remember.
Did you hear why like Garnet ask him what do you have to gain?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He wants their downfall.
Oh yeah.
Hearing that, Blue's going to kind of look at him. You want their downfall, and you're willing to work with us in order to gain it.
Yes, I'm.
How about giving us some soul coins in order to gain their downfall? And afterwards, I can travel to Avernus.
He gives you a look. You would be willing to reimburse me.
Yes. I've wanted to travel to the Hells anyways.
You watch as he lifts himself up, and you hear the chain just. Ching, ching, ch, 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 ch. You've never seen true hell, have you, boy?
Haven't I been sent to Hell before?
I think no, I don't think Blue is I don't think any of you like. I purposely kept hell out of this campaign. Like there were a couple.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that next campaign. I don't want to do it here.
I've done a couple of like there were a couple opportunities you guys could have gone a more like devilish path, but you guys.
We might have to do it here.
About to say, I mean, you guys don't know what you'd have to do. I mean, like,
Certainly. And of course we have options, but
yeah, you gotta.
this so far seems like the best one.
I mean, like you were told. I mean, all you have to do is find some damn souls in Avernus to get some soul coins.
Yeah.
Or
No.
Larkin. Or
I
worse,
have not,
or worse.
but I've been to quite a few places.
I know. I can smell it on you. You reek of the fairies. I smell the wispiness of the shadows. And on you in particular, I smell singed flesh. The Lavafell, I imagine.
Yes.
Not to mention you reek of that bitch.
Which one?
He looks at you. The one who wishes to claim all of our souls.
He just insulted your Raven Queen. Ooh.
She has taken many of my brothers and sisters. She will not have mine.
The state that you're in and the willingness you're going through. Your dedication to that may make that true.
I aid you. I help you. I may be a prisoner, but truthfully, 100 years down here doesn't sound like a bad time. What's a couple of generations to you?
Just a long vacation.
Indeed. This is the safest I've felt in a long time.
Is it the truth that that's actually true?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, the thing is, none of you guys really know what an obelith is. Like, I think the only one who would probably have any idea what an obelith is would be either Belwraith or more Henrik would probably have a better idea of what an obelith is.
Obirith.
Can I roll to know what an Obirith is?
I say
Obirith.
you can roll. This would be a religion check.
Religion. I'm famously good at those. My last
Yeah.
one was a 3. That's good.
What will this one be?
5.
It's
God.
you swear you've heard of them down the grapevine, but unfortunately, it doesn't ring a bell.
Mm.
But like, there's a level of like, I swear I've heard this before, but it's like one of those situations where it's just like you know what I mean? Just
Do I know if it's something to be respected or feared?
you would know from what you understand, considering how they've talked about, like, considering where you've heard it being talked, these would be creatures to be feared.
Hmm.
You don't know about this one in particular, but typically
On average.
But on average, they've been talked about in a much more like, oh fuck kind of tone.
Yeah.
But to say, if Herma's awake, he could technically make a roll. Because of the fact that
That's assuming a lot.
I know he went to go get coffee, so
That was a while ago.
he might have
He's
fallen.
dead.
He might have fallen asleep.
He's out. Or he's just muted. I know he's muted, but maybe he doesn't know he's muted.
I'm gonna say, well, actually, Blue, you're trained in religion, right?
Yep. I have expertise.
Because you're a lore bard, I would allow you to do a roll if you would like to.
Knackle's a cleric. Is Knackle here? Or?
Knackle is here. But
No, Oh yeah, Knackle is here. I forgot.
Yep. You got your.
I
guys'
knew
ring.
a few people were missing. I was pretty confident they were here, but
Yeah, Knackle was destroyed, but now he's
He's
better
lucky.
than ever in a way.
25.
41.
41. I know what I'm talking about.
Blue. You've heard this name before. You would know a little bit about them. Supposedly, these creatures are they are talked about in some of the oldest myths. That these creatures are basically prehistoric demons. They were demons before the Abyss existed. And when the Abyss happened, their race ultimately either assimilated or disappeared. But a couple of them still exist. A few of them are spoken about in the Greatest of Nightmares. And one in particular is people have been sworn never to speak his name. The only thing you know him as is the Great Star Eater. But he is the original Obelith. And for those who speak his name, is to call his ire and bring his hunger to you. Above board, if anybody is curious, about to say, just for funsies, about to say, in my version of these, the original Obelith and the strongest of their kind is the Great Star Eater of the Great Star Eater, Hadar.
can I be Hadar?
Oh. Like Arms of Hadar? Hunger
Oh
of
yeah.
Hadar, kind of?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Hadar is the Great Star Eater. He consumes the stars and planets. Some say he's eaten entire realms. You can't really kill him. You can only push him away and hope you don't draw his attention. In Faerun, in the Faerun world, it's like there are heralds of Hadar that like try to say his name and bring him to the realm. But it's basically like inviting like the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because his hunger will never be satisfied until everything is gone. And then he'd probably consume himself.
Yeah, because
I've
that's
heard
always,
that's a bad thing.
that's what happens every time there's fucking hunger is done.
You know what? Someone has said my name and then I just ate everything. I've been there.
Yeah. Basically, to put this in perspective, Hadar is basically a creature that can even eat the gods. Like,
mean-
it can consume divinity.
Once everything's gone, he's probably turning into like Ouroboros or something.
Exactly. Basically, he would consume himself until there was nothing left. He's basically Tharizdun, but in a much different way.
He consumes himself, nothing's left, and then something will happen.
Yeah.
What will happen? Probably new universe.
Yeah. In my world, he is the original Obelith.
Dope.
The thing is that even with that high of a roll, Blue, you don't know that much. Like they're only spoken in like, this is like reading caveman sketches, like in trying to determine what that means. Like these creatures,
Yeah.
Cool. Hunger.
these creatures existed during the time when there was only the Pantheon. Like mortals were in their infancy. Like they existed way before, like way back during the Age of Darkness. Like there's nothing to know other than like, oh yeah, like they've talked a little bit about them, like when with like demons have talked a little bit about them. Supposedly there have been some scary creatures that have been like called these things. And there's one fucking doomsday monster that's called one of those too. But no one's allowed to say his name, or else it might draw his ire and bring them to him, and like bring it to you.
Start just spamming his name.
Hadar.
Yeah.
Hadar.
I will say this above game. What you guys are doing right now, like, yeah, this could be doomsday for Boromia. Like, it could spell the end of civilization, and like bad shit could happen. But I've also talked to you guys about what would happen if the Abyss won. Obviously, you guys don't know to what extent of that future could happen, but it's like you guys have an idea of what it could be. If Hadar shows up, I would have to make a whole new world.
Yeah.
Ah, good to know.
Yeah, I would basically have to throw my work away and start anew.
All right.
Because Hadar,
y'all know what to do.
yeah, because Hadar wouldn't leave anything behind. Like that would actually probably create a Doomsday miniseries. Like,
which you lose, you're fighting fucking Hadar.
Like you guys would be playing gods, trying to and ultimately you'd all die to seal that thing away.
Assuming that we seal it away.
Assuming you do seal it away. But yeah, that just to put that in perspective of like if Hadar showed up, that is what I would have to do. Like you guys would be playing like the gods and trying to stop this thing at at all costs. Hold the line.
Alright. Well, where were we at?
You were talking to him about you're willing to help us and all that, and his comment to you was, "What's 100 years down here? I've never felt more safe."
Yada yada justification.
Yeah.
And there it is.
You get the sense he's happy to help you guys, and he's absolutely okay with being a prisoner.
That would be best. Because if they aren't able to open a rift in this plane, that's gonna suck.
Indeed.
That's really gonna literally.
Whether we would pour the essence of the abyss into your realm, eventually this realm would become part of the abyss.
Which I don't think you'd like very much.
No, quite frankly, I like your realm. It's easier for me to travel. Plus, it's filled with fresh souls. Easy to restock.
I'll ignore that last bit.
You do as you see.
I didn't hear that last part. What did he say?
Oh, his comment was like, "I like your realm. It's easier to travel from place to place, and when I'm out of coins, it's easy to restock."
Hmm.
I think I made it pretty clear this isn't a good person.
Nah, you know what? You had me fooled.
Why is Wi-Fi bad?
Speaking of the
Georgia.
Watching.
Speaking of
Speaking of the soul coins, what say you about Blue's offer?
If you are willing to go into Avernus and replenish me, I would be willing to forfeit what I have.
I would be entirely willing. After, this.
Of course. But of course, he reaches out his hand to you. This, like, membrane, like, muscly and sinewed hand. Do we have a deal?
We have to word it first.
Of course.
Just, I give you these, I replenish you. That's kind of vague.
What's wrong with a vague contract? As he
Quite a
smiles.
lot, actually.
As he smiles at you.
Look, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5. I have about 5 contracts on this arm right now. And vagueness ain't best.
Fair enough. Then how about we get a bit more specific? I have 100 soul coins on my person.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'd be willing to give them to you. If, when the broken skull is dispersed, the Avatar is dead, you enter Avernus and replenish my coins. 100 soul coins, to be exact.
Once the broken skull is dispersed, the avatar is finished. Plus a couple months in order to actually get set.
This is acceptable. However, just as a precaution on my end, if within, let's say, a year after the avatars are defeated, if you do not return the soul coins to me, then your powerful soul is forfeit.
A year of which realm's time?
A year of the material plane's time.
Okay.
It does me no good it does me no good for you to die before you replenish. 1 soul coin does not make up for 100.
It does not.
But your soul would be useful as a bargaining chip. I mean, your mistress has quite a few souls that she safeguards. It'd be easy for her to restock me.
I'm writing up the contract.
Oh, absolutely. No, you're good. He just looks around at the rest of you. Such powerful souls. I don't assume any of you wouldn't want to make a bargain.
Belwraith stays dead silent.
You
Just looking on with a bit of contempt.
Oh, absolutely. I can only imagine. Especially the way he talked about demons earlier, and you're a demon tiefling.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't associate with demon.
Yeah, but to him, you're like half a half-breed.
Yeah. I don't think Belwraith cares what he thinks about him.
What? You don't
the
care what
obelith?
you don't care what a demon has to think about you?
You know, no, I don't. Believe it or not.
Wow, wow. You know,
I know. They really do have. They're very opinionated, and it's hard to get a positive
You know,
opinion from them.
that's not very cash money of you.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, not to mention with Belwraith's background. Yeah, no, I can only imagine Belwraith's probably looking at him with a bit of disdain.
I think contempt is a better word.
Yeah, that's probably a more accurate term. It's more like, I tolerate you for now. Oh, on the bright side, though, he doesn't seem like he's looking to screw you guys over.
No.
Insight check.
I mean, you guys could.
Well, there's already the truth thing.
True, but don't
Yeah,
forget, just because he's telling the truth doesn't mean he might not be twisting things for his own desires.
Yeah.
Oh, fair point.
I'll insight, sure.
Insight?
21?
He may be speaking the truth, but they could just be half truths. You never know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like how I run Sylvan in this world. You can't lie in Sylvan, but man, you could certainly talk your way around.
Yeah.
With a, so a 21 from Belwraith, about to say 15, 16 from Garnan.
15.
15. But I say, Kazir, would you want to do an insight check, or would you be like, no, Kazir would have no idea?
Yeah, because they would have no idea how to read this kind of guy.
It's like, I only
gonna say-
I only found out what he was like a little bit ago. He looks like a skinned alive person. Like he looks like
Yeah,
a skinned
exactly.
alive like dinosaur bird creature.
Yeah. Like what would happen if you dipped a turkey inside of like acid for 2 minutes?
Pretty much, just disgusting looking thing. But with a
Acid Turkey sounds like a damn good band name.
What?
Of acid turkey, man, that would be the
Acid
that'd be the opening
Yeah,
act for a
that's
metal
good.
band.
Yeah, it does.
Like it'd be, I just see it now where it's just like playing live tonight, Avenged Sevenfold, with the opening act, Acid Turkey.
Avernus
Sounds
is
far
the
less
time
cool.
fast. In Avernus, is the time faster here or slower, or about the same?
It's about the same. Avernus is on the surface layer of the Nine Hells, so time moves in tandem.
All right, good.
The deeper you go, that's when the time dilation happens.
Good to know.
Is there any? I haven't found that out yet. Is there any realm that realm is slower?
Yes, there is. But I don't think you want to go there.
Fair.
I've been there once. And its guardian wished to collect my soul.
Where is it?
And there's a realm of gray. A realm where things that aren't meant to exist is supposed to go.
The astral.
No, the astral plane you can travel. It's just
No, we've talked about this place before, haven't we?
Oh, it's the doors, isn't it?
No, the city of doors is safe. I've used it a couple times myself, actually.
Mhm.
There's a realm of grey. It is called Hades.
Yeah, we've talked about this before.
A little bit, yeah. It is a realm where things that aren't supposed to exist go. If you're a lich, if you ever know, people always ask what happens to a lich's soul when you destroy their phylactery. It's like, who do you think collects it? And then there's a lot of things about Hades that are really bad. Obviously, I'm not going to go too into it because you never know what could happen in this campaign, in these campaigns. Maybe there might be a Hades storyline at some point. But I can tell you this: it is a really, really bad place. I would argue, like the Nine Hells is probably one. The Nine Hells and the Abyss are really, really bad, like really, really bad. But Hades and Pandemonium are probably the two worst realms.
Good to know.
It's like, because at least with the Nine Hells and the Abyss, there are safe places. You can go places and be safe. Like Azagratz literally is a place where mortals can go.
Gamble.
Yeah, it's a gambling whorehouse. Like a casino where you can eat as much food as you want. It is essentially a realm of debauchery.
So, okay, out of character, I, Blue Ward, am entering into a contract with this Obelith. Blue acting as Party A, and the Obelith acting as Party B. Party B will give Party A 100 soul coins. In return, Party A will go to Avernus a year of material realms time after Party A permanently kills the Demon Prince's avatars and disperses the Broken Skull's cult, and shall retrieve 100 soul coins from Avernus to repay Party B.
This is a.
That sound about right?
This is an accurate contract, yes.
Can you paste that in the chat so I can read it over real quick?
I would just put in the addendum that if Party A were to fail in their task to collect the coins within the time limit, the Party A's soul is then forfeit to Party B as compensation for failure of contract.
Yeah, that would make sense as an addendum.
It was a month after Material Realms time. The year was for if you failed, he would get your soul.
Yeah, a month you get a month or two to be able to do as you see fit, recover, but then the time ends at a year.
So,
yeah,
we'll go to Avernus 2 months after 2 months of material realms time. After Party A permanently kills. If Party A fails to pay Party B in 1 year of material realms time. After completing their mission, Party B payment.
So I assume this is going to be a one shot, right?
Oh yeah, but I say this
descent into Avernus.
Yeah, this is basically a descent into Avernus, which is one of the few campaign books that I'd be like, hell yeah, I'd do that one.
Yeah.
At level 20.
Imagine doing that, dude. That would be so fun as a level 20 party.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Definitely. Like it would be a unique experience considering the fact you guys would be on par with a lot of the devils in that realm. There obviously would be a few that'd be looking at you a little bit more like, what are you doing here? And if Asmodeus found out you guys were in the Nine Hells, you'd probably have a lot to say about that.
He's a party animal. He'd have us over for drinks.
Yeah, Blue would get fucking wasted.
I just
All right. I, Blue Ward, am entering in yada yada.
every time I think of
Every-
Asmodeus, I think of Brennan's performance as Asmodeus.
In return, Party A will go into Avernus 2 months of material realms time after Party A permanently kills the Demon Prince's avatars and disperses the Broken Skull cult, and shall retrieve 100 soul coins from Avernus to repay Party B. If Party A fails to pay Party B in 1 year of material realms time after completing their mission, Party B will gain Party A's soul as payment.
That sounds about right.
Is it 1 year after completing the mission or after the 2-month grace period?
Hold on a second. If Party A fails to pay Party B in 1 year of material realm of time after completing their mission, Party B will. Yes, that is correct. The wording here is correct. You have essentially a 1 year time limit.
Is it 1 year after the 2-month grace period, or 1 year after the mission?
2 month. He was generous enough to start the timer after the 2-month grace period.
Okay.
Because of the fact you said you would need 2 months to prepare, he's like, okay, fair enough.
After 2-month grace.
Then again, I think
Oh, good. We found a kind demon.
Well,
Or devil,
this is
rather.
still, he is still getting.
Were we
innocent
given his
souls.
name?
No.
we weren't. No, because he's specifically.
This is
requested to be called
Hadar.
Obireth.
If Party A fails to pay Party B in 1 year of material realms time after the 2-month grace period, Party B will gain Party A's soul as payment. So that is a like, detailed contract.
that is a very detailed contract. Considering what you
Could I make a request?
Go on.
Simply out of curiosity, would you be willing to let us know your name?
No. Name.
Fair enough, worth asking.
You of all people would be aware. Names have power. I keep it close to the chest. But who knows? You mortals surprise me all the time. Maybe.
You boot. Continue.
Maybe someday. But as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather keep my name off the tongue of that of the lapdog of fate.
Fair.
I'm at least like a lap wolf.
Lap
You give me
plug.
flashbacks. You give me flashbacks.
Arf, arf, wanderer.
Kill yourself.
Okay, I got the details of the contract.
I say, so I for the because you wrote it out and everything, which is good because I'm going to copy and paste that to my own personal notes.
I'm also going to do that because, yeah.
I can't imagine why. Why would we both be writing this down?
Well, maybe one
Because
shot
Winter's
later.
gonna use it to fuck us up.
When have I ever done such a thing?
I mean,
point out the entire campaign.
What? I am insulted that you would
There is
insinuate
a
that.
playlist of 140 different videos of you trying to fuck with us. In one way or another.
I, personally feel insulted.
Do you though? Do you really?
You
No.
can feel however you fucking like.
You can be however the fuck you like. That doesn't change the truth.
And change what fucking happened.
You fucking asshole. No, that's fair. I just like to like, do you though? No. Listen, as a DM, I like as your guys' friend, I of course naturally always want the best for you. But as your dungeon master, I am also all of your enemies.
Yep.
That you might want to.
Don't worry, we'll kill you at the end of the campaign. That's how you win D&D. Everyone knows that.
But I say, part of me is sad. Tiny saw that coming. I was sitting here going like, damn.
Saw what coming?
Oh, like Tiny put a thing in an addendum at the bottom. If you look in the D&D chat.
We should
Yeah,
probably add a
about
stipulation
if
if
Blue
Blue
dies.
fucking died.
I would think that would default to just like him
Nope.
automatically failing, but
No,
Nope.
yeah,
that would be Blue's
Rules.
soul going to him pretty much automatically.
Which for him to have the soul of one of the champions of the Raven Queen, it's like, and like no one knows like how far the Raven Queen would be willing to go to get Blue back. So like imagine if the Obelith had the ability to trade Blue's soul for the souls, some of the souls that the Raven Queen guards.
oh yeah, that would be bad. But I mean, that's the whole deal here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I think I've made it pretty clear. This is not a good guy. Like he doesn't have your guys' best interests at heart. But
Oh no, I understand.
he's
that
just not
completely.
trying. He's just not trying to outright fuck you guys over because he wants something. And because if you die, then he doesn't get anything.
Yeah.
Welcome to Devils.
He's a demon, not a devil.
Oh, I mean, he's an Obelith. He's his own thing. Technically, they're demons before demons existed.
Alright, who wants to be fucking collateral? Brian, you want to be collateral?
Fuck it, we ball, sure.
Alright. So, if Party A is to die before the debt is paid, the debt will then be transferred to Garnan.
He would raise
So
up.
that
He would raise up his finger. Garnan of the Solaris.
thank you.
Gotta keep the details. Gotta keep the details clean.
Yeah, you know, the whole devils in the details thing.
Yeah.
I don't particularly care for the devils, but they're better company than the demons, personally.
Yeah, I've met, I believe, one devil, and he was okay. Better than the demons I've met.
Nah, that's what they would want you to think.
Yeah, but I have been, like, dealing with demons for the past
True,
year.
true, but try living in a realm where everyone's trying to stab you in the back. Makes you long for a realm where everyone's intentions are right in front of them.
So, being a noble?
I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, above board. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty palpable, like pretty obvious from like Faerun and all that stuff. Like that, and that's part of the reason why I love demons. It's just the fact that demons wear their intentions on their sleeve. Like if they want you dead, they're just gonna try to kill you.
I'll put you on my sleeve.
Oh.
Oh.
But with devils, it's a realm of everyone's trying to stab each other in the back. And by the way, I just wanted to point out for the people like who like devils and stuff like that, like this is the shit you get to look forward to.
I like this type of stuff though.
Oh, I know.
I like Fey and Devil contracts.
Like, I love it when things are trying to
should
fuck me over.
Would you like this to have an actual physical mark or just be mental?
This one will keep mental. The less people know, the better. So, do we have a deal?
I just kind of want to look to fuck was his name? Kevin? Kevin?
Yep.
Yeah, I want to look to Kevin, just kind of see what his reaction to this is.
I mean, Kevin is like, I mean, no insight there. He's very uncomfortable. But at the same time, like, this is also a man who watched many of his people die to demons. And he knows that what you guys are about to go into is going to be fucking bad. It's kind of hard to be like moral high ground of this situation when it's just like, dude, if we don't stop this, like, they might rip a hole in the realms.
Yeah.
So to be clear, the whole dealio with the bottomless web pits or whatever they're called,
The demon web
is
pits.
we either go, that demon web pits is if we go in there without soul coins, we gotta fight the dude. But if we have soul coins, we can pass with those.
Yeah, I mean, it would be basically, to put this in short and sweet text. If you go in with nothing to bargain with, then you're gonna have to fight the guardian, of the realm. But if you can pay,
Or we're giving, like, either my artifacts or your artifacts.
I'm not getting rid of my artifacts.
or the enigma.
Exactly. Or the Enigma, which no.
Yeah,
Which is-
no.
Alright. If Party A is to die before the debt is paid, the debt will be transferred to Garnon of the Solaires. This contract will be marked as a mental mark rather than a physical one.
He nods his head.
Right.
I agree to these
Then-
terms.
Alright. Then we do have a deal.
He extends out his hand.
Blue reaches out his and takes his hand.
And
Takes his fleshy, fucked up hand.
as you do, by the way, it's mushy.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You just had to say that.
But as
Bitch.
he like grips his hand around yours, you feel the muscle come to the surface, and it's almost like a heartbeat. Like
Pulsating.
He's secretly ripped.
he just like it's just the image of Saitama when he's doing the fucking hero testing, where it's just like he's like, oh, he's a normal looking guy, and then it's just like, but you watch it. But as you do, Blue, you feel something inside you, like, start to burn. It feels like your body is on fire. It is so uncomfortable. Like, you start to sweat. Like, you almost start to, like, your body is, like, trying to make you heave as if something is wrong. But after, like, 30 seconds, you start to kind of calm down. Your body starts to cool.
That was heartburn.
The deal has been struck. And you watch as he reaches into his loincloth and he pulls out a bag.
Damn, it reaches into his loincloth. That.
I mean,
That's,
where else would he keep it?
I know, but it's funny.
But as he hands you the bag. You may count them in my presence to make sure that is the right amount. And he drops it in your
We'll
hand.
count them.
1, 2,
2. One
three,
one after 2. two after two, one after two after two.
What he is going to do is he's going to kind of match each one with a gold coin.
Okay.
That way, if there's like an illusion, it will be matched with a gold coin.
Absolutely. As you do the process and you take the time and you're using the coin as a representation in almost like a brink. But as you notice that each of the coins are real. And they all have that reddish energy coming off of them, which you get the sense that now that this is this is similar fiendish energy, but you get the sense it's energy from the Nine Hells. Very disturbing. Like at least with the Abyss, it's uncomfortable and definitely a bit unbearable. With the Nine Hells, it is disturbing and honestly, what would be almost distrustful. But you count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and but after a while, about
17, 18, 31, 32, 33,
after a bit,
71. I'm kidding.
but after a while, you count them to 100, and that is exactly how many coins he has in the bag. I hope that is to your
Okay.
liking.
Will this be enough to bribe them?
Yes, it should. You may
It
need.
would.
You may need to remind him that it is a good bargain. Fighting you would be a pain.
I'm very good with words, so I can do that.
Then you should have no problems.
So, like, out of character, I just want to say this. There's a stipulation in the contract that I could completely fuck this guy over, but I'm not going to.
What's up?
I think I'm pretty.
think I know
I
it.
think I know it too.
Alright, which one?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
Since Abyssal princes can make, is it princes?
Yeah, the princes are the ones that are like the most powerful beings. They're like the archdukes of the Nine Hells, but stronger.
Yeah.
They can be replaced.
Theoretically, yeah.
So with that in mind, technically we can't permanently kill a title.
The only thing is that
It's
you know the side effects of what happened. Like you've been told the side effects of what happens to the Abyssal Princes when their avatars die.
Yeah.
You saw
Yeah,
it.
they lose a chunk of strength, so it's like it's not something they could easily just go, "Your new prince."
Yeah,
Or avatar.
because otherwise you guys would probably, this campaign would be more along the lines of like, you're gonna have to go to the Abyss and defeat the princes in order to stop them from
Yeah.
continuously making avatars.
which would
Yeah.
suck.
Yeah.
What was yours, Winter?
My thing about the contract, like reading it, is it specifically in the contract it states that you only need to do this when permanently kills the demon princess avatars and disperses the broken skulls cult. Technically, you could just arrest some of them and keep the cult going.
Mine was Stray.
What?
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's
He's
fair.
an avatar.
Well, he's technically the champion of Zuggtmoy. To become an avatar, he would have to take the blood of Zuggtmoy. And he'd have to live.
Alright, go. Take the blood.
Fucking...
Oh God, no!
I
Nah,
hate...
he's not doing that.
Have you ever watched Full Alchemist Brotherhood?
No.
About to say... Let me tell you this. They had to take something in them to try to become a homunculus, and let me tell you, most of them didn't survive.
There.
I,
But that being
With great power comes great risk in this situation.
exactly,
I could fuck him over, but I'm not going to.
To
Well,
put-
also we have the one dude. Fucking.
Oh. Why do I want to say
Yinagu.
Flint? Who the hell is
Flint.
Flint.
Flint?
Yeah, that guy.
Who the hell
Flint is trying
Oh.
to become not his avatar.
Yeah, he's trying to sever his connection to Yinogu.
Because
Hmm.
hey, this guy kinda sucks.
Hey, you ever thought about how when we die we have to go to a realm where he's basically a huntsman and we're his dogs?
Yeah,
Where's
I want that.
Fates?
Well,
sucks.
at least with Hirsine, you get to choose. Like you chose to be like a wolf in Hirsine's hunting grounds. With the Knolls, you're born into it.
You're born
yeah.
a hyena.
Like
Fair enough.
Flint wants to sever the connection between the Knolls and Yinogu,
Oh.
but
Because
he
Yinogu's kind of a dick.
the catch to that though is he needs the power of a creature strong enough to actually allow him to sever that connection.
Yeah.
Which
Alright.
there happens to be one nearby.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But the problem
Let's-
is like based on the notes you guys were giving, the Blight Forest is spreading, which
Yeah.
is not good.
We
We'll
have
take
to
care of that
think.
after we get the party
No.
members back.
We're going
Oh.
to that now. Because
Oh,
we
yeah.
want Yinogu not Yinogu. We want fucking Flint on our side.
You sure we got enough time to handle
I
that?
don't think we're gonna have enough time for that.
I don't know. Up to y'all. I have the
I
coins.
said we go straight there. With the
And
coin.
we
Yeah.
can go straight
There
there.
we go.
I mean, as far as you guys
Oh, shit.
as far as you guys know, there are bad things happening in Tuscadol, but you got the razors there to try to help slow that down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could,
Alright,
yeah.
let's go then.
I mean, again, this is ultimately up to you guys. What you guys want to do? I'm here to support you no matter what.
How did we get into that fucking web place again?
You were given an item that is specifically connected to the realm of the demon web pits.
Oh no.
Basically, you have a key.
Alright, cool.
The spell's called
That's-
planar shift, right? Or am I thinking
Yes.
of something
That
else?
that is the shift. That is the spell.
Cool.
Planar shift allows a number of people to travel between dimensions.
Yeah.
You were told that the Obolith had given those items to Baron Kevin and Queen Atharia when he was captured, basically as a peace offering of like, well, if you really want to fuck over these individuals, here you go. Happy I can help. Just please keep me prisoner, so that way while all this shit is happening, I'm safe.
Hey, kidnapping, please. You know what? Based.
I mean, the thing about the creature is like he got caught and he was just like, you know what, this is better.
I get food sometimes, maybe.
I can
I'm safe.
I can sleep at night and not worry about something stabbing me through the chest. Okay. It's like
There's anti-scribe? Hell
so
yeah.
means that they can't fucking find me. Like all my enemies now have to struggle real hard to find even a hint of where I went. Like this is great. There's only like 30 realms for me to be in right now, so like, about to say needle in a haystack.
We can use the Inferno Puzzle Cube. And make it even more.
Mm-hmm.
No.
He is legitimately, like, he is legitimately in the safest possible place he can be in. Which is why it's a situation of, like, why would he fuck you guys over?
Why would I leave? Why the fuck am I getting such hard deja vu vibes? Holy shit.
So, like, you know, that's kind of the dealio with, like, devils and beings like the Obeliths. It's just like, if they can make shit work in their favor, I mean, why the hell wouldn't they? It's like that's the opposite. Demons just want what they want. They don't give a shit about the nuances of why they get what they wanted. With devils, it's like, oh, you want this? Okay, let's talk about it.
And that's why Bloom learned how to do contracts.
Yep.
He can be a really good lawyer now.
Yep.
Now the question is, how is Wayne with contracts?
Oh. He has high wisdom. And
I think he'd be wise. I think he'd be wise enough not to trust them.
how good am I at contracts? I don't sign contracts.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, joke's on you. I don't know how to write.
Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Oh, gotta write my name in cursive? Fuck you, I don't know cursive. In fact, I don't know my name. Where am
Are you my mommy?
I? Well, we got an in. Just gotta actually do that.
So you guys.
Next we'd have.
So you guys, do you guys can talk further while you're in this room, or do you choose to leave?
Well, this was a very enlightening experience. Thank you.
You are welcome. And please, if anyone else would like to make a deal, I'm here anytime.
Just add a character. How does a warlock contract sound?
I mean, you could technically.
No. I'm already the Raven Queens.
I was about to say, but for Blue, like, this would be a massive, like, he probably would lose his champion status.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because your soul would be tied to that of one of a creature that technically lives outside of the abyss and the nine hells.
Alright. Rock, paper, scissors for it.
Your soul would do just nice. No, but the thing about creatures like this is just like, yeah, he could totally have war. He could totally be someone's warlock patron. It's just the thing is like, would you trust him?
Fuck no.
Now you're thinking like a warlock.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
There's this lich. I know you know a lot of things. Do you know much about them?
You're speaking of the creatures that gave up their soul and put it in, what do they call it? A phylactery, a storage container, and in exchange to live forever.
But more, I'm speaking of a certain one.
You have a name.
Do I have a name?
Do you have a name?
It's the one in the Thieves Guild.
Oh, you're talking about the Skull of Truth and Lies.
Oh.
You never got the Lich's name.
You speaking of the one that was originally the School of Truth and Lies?
Yeah.
Oh. So you are foolhardy and you asked the skull questions.
I was young then.
It was a year ago. I was young then.
A lot has happened.
Well, I mean, we were inexperienced.
It's just sorry, the way I said it just made me think of oh, you did mean to feed him to the pigs. Well, of course we had to feed him to the pigs. I mean, we couldn't just leave dead bodies around. It would be terrible for business. We'd have to start charging double price.
I forgot about that.
Corpses ain't good for business, ain't it? Just, yeah, no, he, I lost my train of thought.
Answer on the skull of truth
The
and
skull
lie.
of truth and lies. Thank you. He looks at you and he goes, "Tell me, did he take someone's body?"
Last I saw, he had a body.
Physical or corporeal?
What was it?
He was
corporeal.
It was corporeal. Like it was like it's like it animated a body around him.
At
Ah.
the time, corporeal, and they have, as far as I know, they haven't asked any more questions since.
Good. Best to nip that problem in the bud now.
Yeah,
You're
I was more than likely.
You're dealing with a creature that learned more than he should have. Even the gods want him gone. But he has a very special security measure. He has one of their names.
Oh.
The god's name?
Mm-hmm. Their true name.
Oh.
So he cannot die. But he didn't think that there could be a fate worse than death. What better punishment? What better punishment for someone who seeked so much knowledge to have to be a creature, to be an object that answers questions? The only reason why it's a skull of truth and lies is because he's trying to resist having to answer the questions that you persist on. I don't know his name. Similar to me, names are power. You'd rather not let people know who you are or what you are.
Yeah.
But I know his story. And I know why he became that item. Best to leave him be. In a couple 100 years, he'll be an object once more. Best to keep him locked up until then.
Sounds like for the best.
And no matter how much he asks, do not answer any more questions.
Yeah.
Not unless you feel lucky. Which I don't have to. I don't think I have to tell you guys why that's the case, because like you guys saw what the skull tried to do.
Yeah, the last question anyone asked, it, as far as we know, nearly died.
Yeah, like it's getting worse and worse every time you ask him questions. But I mean, if you're in a pickle and you need answers, what better source?
True.
Yeah.
But will you be leaving?
I will.
One last
Wait.
thing. One last thing. At the bottom of the demon web pits, The Guardian will be there. A word of warning. Do not show any emotions to that creature. Keep your face plain. Or he'll take something from you anyways. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Do masks work or just...
Even behind a mask, you are not safe.
Alright.
Keep your face plain. Or make sure you do not look at him. But he will do everything he can to look at you straight in the eyes.
Very useful information.
Good luck, Solaris.
Thank you. You do know what they're trying to bring back, don't you?
I am very aware. I have no desire to see that bumbling fool again. He's already fucked up once. I'd rather not see the end of existence because of him.
I was wondering. What? We'll get going now. We are in quite a hurry. You've answered quite a few questions.
Fare thee well, Solaris. Come back and visit sometime.
Maybe we can play cards next time.
And you guys leave?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright, you guys...
As they walk out,
Oh,
I follow them.
okay, fair enough. Well, you guys have gotten into some information. You guys have a key to the demon web pits. And you have gotten quite a bit of information.
I made yet another deal.
Man, Blue is just really right. It's a good thing Blue doesn't, as far as I understand, Blue has no intention of having children of his own.
No.
Like,
He-
you're...
he
Don't
very much
remind
doesn't.
me of-
Well, I mean, like, because, I mean, do you guys know of, like, what happens when you make deals with devils and stuff like that, right?
Yes, tieflings.
Yeah.
Tieflings happen.
Oh,
your
I
soul-
didn't know that.
Yep, your soul becomes damned, and so it basically means there's a percentile chance that when you have children, they can become tieflings because because your soul is damned.
Fun fact, Vex and Percy have a tiefling child.
Yes, they do. I think they have like what 7 children, and one of them is a tiefling child.
I think one's also an Azamar, but I'm not certain.
No. The Azamar were the adopted children that they got out of the city of Brass.
Hmm.
As far as I know, they.
But yeah.
Yeah. No fun. Better say fun facts. But either way, you guys have this information. What would you guys like to do?
We need to more than likely go talk to the guild. The Solar Eclipse Guild.
All of them.
Eclipse. All of them.
Yeah, there.
We should start off with the Eclipse.
True.
Alrighty. So you guys are going to. Would you guys like to use the teleportation circle to go to Makanali?
Yes.
Alrighty. So, you guys using the teleportation circle that's like in a location, or are you like taking the chalk and using some resources and going where you are right now?
In the location, going to the lore college.
Alright. So you go to the College of Lore. You excuse yourself as class students are still going from classes to classes. And as you go to the teleportation circle, but as a Bimp looks at you and goes, do you want me to do it, or do you have it okay there, Blue?
Which stuff does it take?
I believe it's a 5th or 6th level slot.
It is a 5th.
Pretty confident it's a 5th.
It is. I believe you should take it. I can... Actually, wait, I should go ask if they have any diamond dust or diamonds.
Who are you going to go ask about that?
Shops.
The best would be like the queen.
Oh yeah.
Kevlar, maybe?
I mean, the queen is obviously very busy. Like, you could easily talk to Kevlar. Because you
Yeah,
you have
I'm gonna
ties.
check
You have ties. I mean, technically, you have ties and connections with both of them. The queen would absolutely make time for you, but you know that she has a lot going on
She's
right
busy.
now. Yeah, she's busy. Like, her life is super busy right now. Especially with, you're the only one who knows that she's planning to, skedaddle.
Evacuate.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and get Kevlar.
Absolutely. I'll say, for the sake of brevity, you could easily catch him while he's, like, transferring documents from one location to another. Oh, Blue, what's going on? What's going on?
We're leaving. We got.
You're
what
just
we
looking
need.
and he's inside your sister.
Oh
Hey.
God.
I am your sister. As Queen Atharia unzips her body, and you just see Kevlar step out.
Fucking Looney Tune shit.
Let's see who your sister really is. Unzips the costume. Kevlar. Kevlar.
If it weren't for you meddling Solaires.
If it wasn't for you meddling Solaires, I would be the king of this country. I would be
And
the
that
queen.
stupid dog.
Wrong? Where?
We got a bunch of stuff we needed. We got some answers. Do you have any diamonds or diamond dust? We're running low, and
I think I can spare a little bit for you. Unfortunately, a lot of our diamonds and diamond dust are on the lines. You're trying to... when you're fighting demons of those caliber, like, even the best warriors can fall. But
I'm thinking of another thing. Sorry.
But I think I can spare. I can spare a diamond of worth. I can give a diamond worth 300, a diamond worth 500, and I think I could give you like maybe 300 gold worth of diamond dust.
that's better than what I have now.
But that's kind of.
What if I gave you a crisp high five?
Ooh, that high five looks good. Ooh.
Coming from a furball, give her high five to her furball before?
No, I haven't. Jump 5. Yeah. Shot, dude. Like, I've never gotten a furball from a tall guy before.
Oh, what do you have for powdered ruby?
I think that one might be a bit more accessible. How much are you looking for?
1,000 gold pieces?
If you got the change for it, I think we can do that for you. Because we'd technically be taking from the store, from the vault. We could use the money, we could use the money to compensate.
I do not. Not on my person. Thank you, Blue.
What's this for? As he's pulling out the money.
Forbiddance.
Fair. Is forbidden? It uses it up, or
It uses it, unfortunately.
how much diamond or ruby dust could we get?
Unfortunately, to get that particular amount of ruby dusted down, since it's 1,000 gold worth, I'd only be able to give. We'd only have about 1,500 worth, so I'd only have enough for one use.
That's fine. He's going to give 1,000 gold.
He takes the gold. He disappears for a bit, and when he comes back, he gives Belwraith a bag, which as you open it up, you see pure concentrated like grain, powdered ruby.
Yeah. Thank
and-
you.
Absolutely. Oh man. Oh, that was some party last night. I miss you,
I'll
but
do it again soon.
I miss you, buddy. But at the same time, like, ooh, we really got into the hard stuff.
Yeah, I needed to unwind.
You pulled out that jug with 3 X's on it.
What was that accent?
Oh, I don't know. It just came out of me.
That's what she said?
Oh, I miss you, Blue.
I miss you too.
But I do have a diamond worth 300, a diamond worth 500, and then here is a decent size, and he hands you a decent size bag of the 300 gold worth of diamond powder, the diamond dust.
He's going to give 100 platinum, 100 gold.
He will gladly take it. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Oh.
I appreciate the support with everything going on, but I do want you guys to be careful. This shit's crazy, man.
Yeah, we have a demon bounty hunter after us that uses disease. That's why we need the dust.
Ah, no, that figures. Yeah, well, if that's the case, send them back to the wherever the fuck they're from.
We tried, but they teleported away like a bitch.
Yeah, welcome to Yugoloths, man. They suck. Fuck them.
Now we gotta get going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, Belwraith, here's 1,000 more gold, ruby dust.
Thank you.
Of course. I had 1,500 because it's force gauge, but I'm not gonna have force gauge prepped.
All right.
Right. And we go back, and Bimp teleports us to Makanali. Back on the Ravage.
Absolutely. For the first time in almost like 40 sessions, 40, 50 sessions, we are back on the Ravage path.
Oh, 2 more years on the Ravage path.
Yeah, guys, let's do 2 more years. Yeah.
2 more years. 2 more years.
But as you guys teleport, like as Bimp mutters the incantations, you teleport and you find yourself in a kind of closed off area with a curtain. Like it's kind of a circular little like if you've ever gone to if you've ever been to like a law building or something like that, some of them are built this way where they have like one of the corners is, rather than it being like just a flat corner where the points meet, it's almost like an alcove. Like it like goes to the corner, but then like has a circular like little opener up, kind of like a column, but there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
But to say, as you look, there is a curtain covering up where the teleportation circle is. I imagine you guys go through.
Yes.
Nah, I think I'm just gonna stay in the capital for a while.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
As you open up the curtain, you guys see a very familiar sight. You guys see the library of Makanali. The place where Henrik had studied to learn more about demons of the abyss. This is the room that you guys spoke with Daldir and Golemtis about what Makanali stood for in comparison to what the Empire stood for.
This is where I saved Galtus' life
Yep, this is where
by
you,
using my own body as a shield.
that's correct. This is where you save Golemtis' life. This is where you had a real deep heart to heart with Mary about like everything that's going on. And as
Okay.
do you guys continue forward?
Yeah.
As you guys continue,
Let's go see Casey.
nah. I mean, if you go to the bar, you can go see Daniel.
That's
I
true.
hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
I
I
didn't
forgot
know.
the-
I didn't know what your name was at the time, so literally it was literally an accident.
Man, maybe we should go visit Casey next, huh?
That's what I just said.
It's fine.
Ugh.
No, it's not. I hate it. Change his name.
Why, you guys? Like, what were the chances you were ever gonna come back?
Hi.
Probably
Pretty high.
But as you make your way out of the library, I imagine you head to the main chamber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
And as you do, you see two familiar figures. You see a human, a little portly, about to say kind of brownish hair, about to say that you recognize, with glasses, that you recognize as Daldir. And you see the, like, muscular, but like a bit more,
Oh,
but not as-
God,
but
why
not-
did that?
but
pop
not
into
as,
my head?
but I say
Fine.
kind of like good figure, but not as like built. Like you could tell
Bit
there's like
more
the,
healthy.
yeah, a healthy, like a healthy orc. Definitely, like you see a beard, hair is kind of like pulled back, and you see like little spectacles as you recognize Golemtis.
I heard a wedding.
Oh, my friends, it has been quite some time, Porter there. Blue, it's been good to see you, my boy.
He's getting a hug.
Oh, absolutely. Better say Daldir's all in on that. It is good to see you again. There's been some time.
It really has.
But by all means, come, let's have a seat. We were just about to have tea.
All right.
Oh, Garnan. Oh, looking good. Good to see you on your feet.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. It's been a while.
Indeed. It's been about 8 months since you've been here. Maybe a bit longer. But, well, please, we were told that you were going to make your way here. Somebody has been waiting for you.
Good.
And as you guys are being brought into the main chamber, you guys watch as they kind of lead you into like this kind of like a what would be the term? Not like a ballroom, but more like a side room, like a oh gosh, I can forget what they're called. It's like a parlor, like a decent sized parlor.
Oh!
Nice.
I know the word.
Yeah.
That's gonna drive me.
A large parlor. A large lure, as they say.
A large slur. Let's go with that. But as you guys enter, like there's a table and everything set up, and you see that there is a worker like a butler pouring tea, and you see in this room already, you see a familiar face, and you see a face you haven't seen since like session like 13,
Oh, yeah.
something like that.
It's been a really long
It's been been a long time. As you recognize well, specifically Blue and Garnan, you would recognize a gnoll that is kind of that has like blackish fur, with like kind of like strips of white, kind of like going in several places.
I'll be right back.
In several places, which both of you would recognize is from that one house in the first town of the Ravage Path. This is the knoll you guys that Blue talked down and told him that like you don't have to do this, you don't have to do like all you have to do is just walk away. You don't even have to fight for our cause. You just have to walk away.
Just leave.
Like you did this session like for like nearly like over 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a minute. And the other person you recognize as you enter the room, it goes, well, it hasn't been too long now, has it? As you see the familiar face of Mary.
Alright, that bitch getting tackled.
Oh, absolutely. But as
Getting fucking kissed on the cheek.
and you watch, and as you tackle her, she kind of falls back, but she then uses her superior strength and lifts you up. It's good to see you, Blue. You look a bit more Have you not been eating? Blue
I got
Ward,
sick.
answer me now. Have you been eating?
I had a divine intervention.
I have had plenty of those, and I still remember to eat my 3 square meals a day.
I got magic sickness.
You watch as she just kind of like rubs her eyes. Why does it feel like every time we catch up, it feels like we haven't been apart? Sit down. Sit down. Dal dear, they were making lunch anyways, right? Yes, of course they were. It's just like, good. None of you are leaving this room until you've eaten. No excuses.
All right, with me.
If it makes you feel any better, I walked the threads of fate and survived.
He also had divine intervention.
Same thing.
I feel like
We had cleric that was cool.
I feel like we have a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah.
This is probably
Yeah.
going to be a long conversation, but before that, I assume you already are aware of Snarl here.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
I think I missed a little something.
Been a while.
Pleasure to see you guys.
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember now.
I'm glad you actually managed to turn it around.
Indeed, it's been difficult, but I want to make a difference. And you guys inspired me.
Well,
Good idea.
the thing I'm here for today will more than likely help with that.
By all means, sit down and let us speak.
Who goes and sits?
All right. And as you guys sit down, food and drink brought in to have a lively discussion to, I assume, fill them in on what's going on and the situation that's put before them.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and as you take this time to explain, and we tell the story of what is happening and the allies you're looking to gain for this next big step in your guys' plans. That is where we're going to leave the session for tonight. As we're going on 4 hours, and it is 2 a.m. for me, which means it's 3 a.m. for both Walf and for Tiny.
Winter, I'd
Shit,
like to do
dude.
something with you after session briefly.
As long as it's
I also
briefly.
wanted to do something after session.
It is brief.
That's all?
We could even switch into the other chat right now if you'd wish.
Absolutely, but just for stream purposes, thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out with us. This is like, goddamn, we're like, the thing is, I know that these last 2 sessions have been like, oh, downtime, and then it's like, oh, information gathering, but it's like, for what is about to happen in these next couple of sessions,
It's needed.
It's kind of needed, and it feels good for you guys to just go like, oh, information gathering, got to prepare and make sure we're good to go, because what you guys are planning is fucking bonkers. But I'm looking forward to it. This is level 18 shit. But
I
that being said,
did good.
you did good. No.
I don't know.
No, you guys did really like for starters, Tiny. But I say good job on that contract. Like legitimately, I was
Agreed.
really hoping you would not have put in that last part. But I'm like, as soon as you did, I'm like, shit.
What if I die?
That's the thing. I was hoping you wouldn't think about that.
There are quite a few ways to get around the contract. However,
All right.
fucking the Yugoloth. Not a
I will.
Yugoloth,
I'm gonna switch over to the other chat.
I will be
You
right
do
there.
All right.
I will be right there. But
You guys
for-
have a great night.
Okay.
you
Nice
too,
dream.
Stray.
Good
You have a wonderful night,
Good
man.
night. Anyone
Good
else who
night,
leaves?
everyone.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Stream. Good night.
Yeah, for stream.
Alright, so let's talk shit.
Absolutely. But for stream, thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys want to watch more D&D, we'll be back at it again next Saturday. But next live stream is going to be on Monday, where me and Walf go back into the land in between and do some more Elden Ring.
Actually,
Rocket.
Oh, actually?
I was thinking, what if we put off Elden Ring to talk about our stuffs for the campaigns?
About to say. I mean, yeah, about to say if you want to, but about to say. Well,
I mean, I'm still down to do Elden Ring, but I also did want to go over that kind of stuff.
Oh, well, we can make time for that. I'm not worried about that. That doesn't have to cut into our Elden Ring time, but it's like if there's like a particular time that you're like, hey, like I need this information like now, we could totally like scrap a stream for scrap a stream once and just have a full on conversation.
Right.
About to say, but right now.